And so detailed, it's best to use it in bite-sized chunks. So I've created a PDF guide and map, which you can find over at drive61.com/Nurburgring, where you can take your own notes while you're watching the circuit. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoy it. Hi, I'm Scott Mansell, and welcome to the Driver61 channel. Now, in today's video, we have an extra special video circuit guide, where we take a really in-depth look at the Nurburgring course. Now, to be honest, I've only spent a few days at Nurburgring, so I don't have it well enough to do a circuit guide. So for that, I have the 2016 24 Hours of Nurburgring race winner, Adam to run us through the circuit guide in proper fine detail. Adam, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
The Nurburgring is one of those circuits, probably one of the most famous circuits in the world, and lots of drivers love to go there.
Get that concentration. Absolutely textbook, and that's perfect. The code of it.
Get smooth. Lightning fast M125 Boardman for under £24 a month. Plus, save up to £250 towards your highly exit fees when you switch to any of our broadband and TV packages. Visit virginmedia.com.
Kilometers long. It's a lot of learning. It's quite a dangerous circuit and quite difficult to learn. What do you think is the best way to go about learning the track if you're going there for the first time, or even if you've been there a few times but you want to learn it in good detail?
It's one of them tracks you've got to take your time. Your average circuit is up to 5 kilometers long, and this one, when it's running in the VLN or the 24-hour layout, is 25 kilometers. And this is what adds the additional danger that people don't quite realise where they're going, or you get used to. There's a few sections where you're very fast and flowing and you can be doing 120 plus mile an hour, then suddenly comes into a hairpin or a very tight section where you're having to reduce the speeds of maybe 80 or 90 miles kind of thing. So it's just taking your time. If you get the opportunity to have an instructor, I'd recommend taking those instructors that work solely at the circuit.
Yeah.
And you can order them. There's plenty of track day companies there, and they've got plenty of instructors. If you get the chance, I'd recommend taking one of them, just because they'll guide you around. They always say your most dangerous period around the track is roughly your 6th or 7th lap, which you believe you know where you're going.
Yeah.
So an instructor will, one, make sure you're driving in a safe manner. There's certain rules and regulations, especially during the Tourist Farm track day. It's basically a toll. So apart from there's no speed limit, there's still road regulations where you're only allowed to overtake on the left. and obviously in safe places. Don't go dive bombing other cars into braking zones, because that's where there's bigger speed differences, different skill levels. So just be patient and take your time learning. Like a normal circuit you can pick up pretty quick, because they'll have a maximum of maybe 15 corners, whereas here online it's claimed there's 150 plus corners. Realistically there's maybe 75, 80 true corners. And so just basically take your time, and it's one of them that every lap you drive around there, more than likely you're going to get faster and faster anyway, so there's no need to try and break any lap records in your first 10 laps of driving.
No, and as driver coaches that we're certainly teaching people all the time, I always tell my clients at least that when you're trying to learn a track, you're actually better off driving below your maximum potential, because you have more capacity to learn the detail of the track, and then later on, once you know where the circuit goes well, you'll actually improve at much quicker rates.
Exactly, and in fact, another good point is to maybe go in a slower car than what you'd normally go in. So, lots of us teach in smaller road cars because it gives the driver more chance to absorb all the information at the track, where the bumps are. Everything just happens slightly slower, and you're able to actually push the car a little bit closer to its limit, just because it's not too fast for your ability on the circuit. If you go there in your Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini, you're going to be approaching some of these corners at possibly 150 plus mile an hour. Whereas if you're in your Clio or your smaller car, you'll approach it at a slower speed. You won't have to slow it down as much for the corner in comparison to its top speed. And it reduces the danger, but it allows you to process the information and to learn the characteristics of the circuit, where there's certain cambers, where it's downhill, and even the blind crests, of course. Some of the blind crests you're flat out over them, and then others you need to brake and get ready to turn into a braking into a corner. So again, it's just about taking your time, and just like in maximum laps you're doing a day is maybe anything between 10 and 15 laps. If you do more than 15 laps, you're pretty flat out, and you're going to be running out of fuel and tyres probably pretty soon. So just take your time, make sure you're well prepared, make sure if you're taking your own car that the brakes and the tyres and it's been serviced before, because it is to the track on the car.
Yeah, fantastic. So it's all about taking your time when you get there, really learning the track before you really start to push yourself in your car. And if you can, take a slower car. Both Adam and I, when we take our clients to try and learn a new circuit, we actually go in motor cars to lower that. It gives you more time to think, but it also lowers the grip level lower, so it means that you can have the car around at a much slower speed, which is safer and easier to process. But aside from that, Adam, aside from when you get there having an instructor and taking your time, obviously we're putting this guide together today to try and help drivers learn a bit more about the circuit if they've not been there, but also if they've been there so they can see the details from a professional driver such as yourself. Now, is there anything else that you would do to prepare yourself if you're going to the Nurburgring?
So there's lots of ways to prepare yourself. There's hundreds of videos online, so it's finding ones that are similar to maybe the car that you're using, just so you can get an understanding of speeds and stuff. But also there's all the simulators that you can use. So I typically, like as a kid, I was a huge Gran Turismo fan on the PlayStation with my controller and stuff. And so I used to play on Gran Turismo a lot, and the Nordschleife was on there on the game, and of course it told you what gear you had to be in, where to brake and stuff. And just from, I suppose, as being a kid playing on the game, I felt that when I went there, I was a bit more prepared than if I'd just gone there completely blank canvas. I felt that I picked it up very quick. So it's one of the things on the Gran Turismo game. There was a section on there which was you could only do a fifth of the circuit, and once you got gold, then it'd open up the next section, and then you got gold, and then you could open up the next section, and then for the next challenge on that, you had to do the whole track within a certain amount of time. And so I felt that by learning sections at a time, it actually prepared me better for when I went there racing. When I first raced there, I had no preparation on going on sim, because I only found out the day before I was going that I was actually going there. So just bear in mind, like my first ever lap that I did, I was in a BMW M3 race car, and even that was beyond or too fast for what I needed. So like my first ever lap, I completed the lap, came in the pits, asked the team what the lap time was like. And they're like, don't worry. I was like, so I demanded what the lap time was, and they said it's 12 minutes. I was like, right, okay. It's like, that is, in racing terms, that's like 10 years. So normally you're fighting for 10% a second, and I was 3 minutes off the pace. My next lap, I took a whole minute off my time. And then I took 30 seconds, and then 15 seconds, and I just chipped away at it during the whole day. And by the end of the day, I'd completed 10 laps, and I got down to a 9:15. And that was it. It's like my first laps were terrible, just because I'd brake in places where I didn't realise that it's flat on the other side. But of course, with the brows and stuff, the fear factor comes in, and it's better that it does because yeah, exactly. So it slowed me down, and then of course, as I learned the track, I was able to improve my time. But I've had 20 years of racing experience, so I'd like to think that I'd be able to learn the track a lot quicker than people that are going there for their first ever time and have maybe only been on 1 or 2 track days. And also, from fine-tuning my driving, I always knew to prepare myself, go in a little bit slower and to get the faster exit. But obviously once I believed it was safe, which I think is very important here, because of course the track is known as the Green Hell. It is not forgiving at all. You see, unfortunately, a few horror stories and videos online of people touching the grass, hit the barrier, and that's their day over, and that's the reality of it. So it is better to take a calm approach and just build it up as you learn the circuit.
Okay, great. So get an instructor, try and go in a slower car, and play Gran Turismo as in 2016, 24-hour race when it did. Obviously things have progressed with simulators now, and they're a lot more detailed later scan circuits. Nurburgring has been later scan, so they're probably a little bit more beneficial. But I think the main advice here to chunk it down, drive below your Nurburgring Platinum circuit going. Okay, so here we are on board, and we have Anthony Dunn's video here with Michael Verger's driving a Radical SR3. Now, Michael actually broke the Northlife lap record in 2009 with a lap of 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Now, the reason that we are using this video is because it's got a nice wide view of the circuit, and when Adam's explaining the fine details about the video, we can see all of the bumps and the camers and the curves in good detail. So Adam, without further ado, let's jump into the footage and really get into the details of the track.
So here we are, right at the starting gate of the tourist farm. So this is basically it's a toll road, so you go by your 1 lap pass, your 10 lap pass, or even your monthly or seasonal pass, and you're able to go onto the track, swipe in. It's got to be in a road registered vehicle, so you've got to have a registration plate on the car. So they'll have road registered this Radical. And basically it's German road rules, so you're only allowed to overtake on the left-hand side on these days. No dive bombing into braking zones. Just obviously be very careful of people around there. You don't know their experience or how fast their cars are. Different cars have different abilities and same as different drivers. here we are at the start of the gate, so they'll have already checked in, and basically just take it nice and steady as we make our way onto the circuit. So,
sorry, just to stop here. Is it possible that other cars can be coming down the left-hand side here? Do we need to check them around and take a look, or is everybody coming out?
So on the tourist days, if you want to do continuous laps, you'll have to stop halfway down the straight. It's pretty much in line of where this gate is, that these guys will just broke through. So they'll have stopped, they'll have to swipe again, the gate will go up, and then they'll
So they have to go back through and then re-enter the...
You don't have to come off the circuit. There's a gate that's on basically the halfway down the main straight.
Right.
So they might approach you, they might be going a little bit quicker than you are right now. But just be aware, there might be a car coming alongside you on your left-hand side.
But then we're doing 160 miles.
Exactly, yeah. So the speeds will be fairly similar. But so the radical car that we're in is...
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because the laid-back beach house is right for some. Well, not right for others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com. There's no way I could have eaten something that cold. I'd have to go to the other side.
How long did you do that for?
About 2 months.
For that, I recommend Sensodyne Repair and Protect. It really does help sensitive teeth.
I didn't think just switching toothpaste would have solved it. I started to use Sensodyne, the pain went, and it hasn't come back since.
It is a race car. They've got it road registered, so it is going to be extremely quick. Very lightweight, great power to weight ratio, and it's got some downforce as well, which is also good for this kind of circuit. It's very high speed corners. We're on the Dotting Hurt at the moment, which is the big 3.5 kilometre straight.
Right, okay.
So we're at the final third of it, and we'll be heading towards the bridge, which goes into Tiergarten. So this part of the lap, normally you'll be flat out. Obviously, keep an eye on your surroundings. We're at the Bilstein Bridge. Just be aware, this kink at high speeds suddenly becomes quite a corner.
Okay.
So depending on your car, depending on the day, just be aware that, especially if it's wet, that you'll find yourself running out of track very soon.
So the Bilstein Bridge is a good reference in terms
Exactly.
of
So
the kink's going to come up after.
So we've got where the Clio is at the moment is generally a good position to be. So normally it just opens up the corner for going into Tiergarten. In the bottom of Tiergarten, you'll have to set yourself up for when you're braking in the compression.
Okay, so obviously Michael's coming over to the left here just
overtaken. He'll now widen the track up.
Okay.
You want to be nice and straight, as straight as you can, so that whilst going into Tiergarten and through the next section of corners, that you're not upsetting the car. There's a little bump here right in the middle of the compression.
I was going to say, so it looks like there's some compression coming down here. Do we have to take that into account if we're going quite quickly? And I guess in most cars, is this a lift or a brake coming in?
So if you've come out the tourist entrance, you might just have to have a little check up on the brake.
Yeah.
If you're coming off the main straight, then obviously you will need to brake at this section. In the GT3s, we can just about do the first part of it flat out, and then we have to brake anyway. But we've got downforce and big slick tyres, huge brakes as well. In a road car, you can have a lot more movement on road tyres, generally softer suspension. So do take it easy. So right now, we've gone into the compression, the car's loaded up, and then it will start to go light as we come out of the compression.
Just sorry to interrupt. It looks like there aren't too many references in terms of picking a braking point here. Are you doing that more off the feeling of the compression and where you are in the track, rather than picking a mark on the wall? Or...
Yeah, so you can see where the track goes into the compression. So roughly around there, you'll have your straight wheel. Obviously, if you've got any load in the car, if you've got any steering input, then obviously when you do brake, you've got a good chance of the car moving around. So your brake, sort of, it's not a hard brake, it's a soft brake, and you'll load up the braking a little bit just to settle the car. If you have a big hammer on the brakes, then you've got a good chance of a huge amount of movement. So generally this track, you don't have massive major braking zones. A lot of it is slightly softer application, just so that it gives the car, or it gives you a bit more notice of what the car's going to do.
Okay, so coming up to here, we want to have the steering wheel as straight as possible, nice and smooth on the brakes, so we load and pull the weight nice and smoothly, and that puts you in a great position for the next section.
So going into effectively turn 2 on the Nordschleife tourist final lap, we are aiming for our first apex. which is going to be here. As we go into the corner, just be aware, stay off the curb. As you can see, the curb has got an angle on it.
Yeah.
So if you do touch that, more than likely, when you're at full tilt at top speed, that is going to upset the car, so you don't want to touch that curb.
And if I just move this back just a section, when you're on the brakes here, it's difficult to see in the video, but can you see this curve? Can you see the red and white of the curve up here? So we're coming down, the drivers should be looking a long way ahead of themselves anyway because we're going quick, but can you see that red and white curve, or is it just a matter of rhythm and knowing where you are on the circuit?
So, in fact, going further back, you can probably see it better whilst you're coming in at this angle.
Yeah.
Because you're higher up, so you can see it. Obviously, as you go into the compression, it makes it a little bit harder. So you'll get a general idea of where the curb is, but again, like, avoid the curb. It's actually better to go a little bit wider, just to give yourself a little bit more room, because suddenly you're going to be having to turn right, and you've got a little bit of a camber here, which will help a little bit, but of course at full tilt, the car and the weight transfer is going to be moving the car.
So all really smooth inputs here, no sudden movement because it'll really upset the car anyway, and obviously the barriers are very close, so we need to be super careful.
Look where you want to go. Just like skiing, generally where you look is the direction you're going to be going in.
Yeah.
Same with racing. So, of course, if you end up looking at the barrier, there's a good chance that you'll end up aiming towards it. So, look where you want to go on the track.
So at this point, the driver should move his vision to the next apex on the right-hand side coming up here.
So you always want to be like 1.5 steps of where you are. So we're at the first curve, now we're looking at the next one. Before we get to the next one, we're looking at where we want to be for the next section of the track. So going in, hug this curb on the inside, all the way around here.
And this curve still looks quite aggressive on the inside, so we're not trying to run on that because it will upset the car a little bit.
Exactly. As you can see, the curve goes straight and then it goes.
Join us as we warm up to cheer on Team GB as the British representative prepares for his descent, attempting a world record at the indoor bobsleigh. And he's off!
Goes on quite an angle, so if you use that for a split second, there's only going to be a very small amount of tyre on the track, and that's when you get an imbalance, and that's when things can go wrong. So it's best to make sure that you don't upset the car, especially at high speed.
And how quick is this section? What gear are you in the GT3 car?
So in the GT3, we've gone through the corner before. We've gone through this section flat out, and then we start to brake, go down 1 gear, down to 5th gear.
Okay, so it's
like we're reaching a top speed of 280 kilometers an hour.
Right.
So it's about 180 mile an hour. And then we brake, go down to 5th gear. We'll get around this section, and then you'll see he'll start to straighten up the wheel just a fraction as he aims for the barrier over on the left-hand side. And then we're going to be going down a few more gears. So in our Mercedes, we go down to 2nd gear for the final part of this section.
I think, because the Merc's got a bit of aero and those big slick tyres, I think probably compared to a road car in the quick sections at least, because you've got the aero and in this Ryder Cup as well, the difference will probably be bigger than
exactly. So the slower speed corners, the speeds will actually be, they're not going to be identical, but they're going to be a lot closer in proportion to at the high speeds. Like you said, the big wing gives us a huge advantage with stability, braking, so we can brake later, and we can just carry more speed, whereas in your road car, you're not going to have that. And also with the road tyres on, you're going to be moving around on the tyre. It's going to be more like a wet tyre, whereas we've got the big slick, which gives you a massive footprint of grip on the tyre. So we're going to be braking straight here, and as you can probably see, there's a nice bit of extra tarmac just here on the other side of the white line. So when I'm racing, I end up aiming for this. Obviously, be very careful. As you can see, there's also the barrier right on the left-hand side, which you end up getting fairly close.
Is that barrier? Is that the edge of the barrier there?
Yes,
so when
the barrier stops.
Okay, the barrier stops. So it's quite a good reference point to see as you're coming into this section on the brakes, I presume. back there, we're kind of looking for the edge of the barrier.
Exactly, yes. So as we play this section, then we've used the extra bit of tarmac, because of course the wider or the bigger a corner is, generally the more speed you can carry. So you can see here Michael's using the maximum width of the circuit, making sure he's all the way over here, and then this only opens up the next corner.
Yeah, and he's trying to keep the steering wheel as straight as possible, so he's got the platform of the car as flat as he can, and as efficient braking as possible. So for you, where are you braking in the GT3 car? Like, there's some references back there for where we should be getting on the brakes, because I think it's important for a driver who might be relatively experienced in the Nurburgring to pick out a few references. It looks like a big braking zone here. You said it was down to second gear. To pick out a few references so that he can progress on the brakes.
So as soon as you pretty much come off this curve here,
on the right,
then you're going into here as straight as you can, wheel straight, because that's where you're going to get the most efficiency out of your brakes, and also the less chance of something unexpected happening.
Yeah.
So you can brake nice and firm in a straight line. Again, it's not a massive initial hit because the track is still, you can see that the track elevations and cambers are always different.
It's not like every table like Silverstone, for example.
Exactly. Every corner is completely different. So just be aware. Braking pretty much as we get to this section now, off the previous curb, we're continuing to slow down. You'll release the brake maybe just a little bit here,
because you got
we've just added a little bit of steering.
Yeah.
And then you'll apply more brake once you're in a straight line.
So once you come past the end of the barrier on the left, you've got a bit of steering angle and you up off the brakes a little bit, but then when the car settles again, you've got a flat platform.
You're not off the brakes completely.
No.
Like, do not just release the brakes completely. You just reduce a bit of the energy in the braking just so you can put a little bit of energy in with the steering.
Yeah.
Just so you're not overloading the car.
Yeah. So for that, if you've not seen any of the previous tutorials or from the Drivers University on Driver 61, we talk about how to efficiently brake in a straight line, but also how to manage weight transfer. And this is a perfect example of that, because you brake in a straight line when it's most efficient, and then you have to release some of the braking energy to put that into turning energy. Let the car settle back down again, and then get on the brakes again, so we're braking as in a shorter distance as possible coming into the next turn.
Going into what's classified as turn 13 entrance. So I'll show you in a second. There's an old pit lane that's possible to use. So braking here, down to second gear. Depending on your car, some cars are greater at absorbing curbs. So this one now, because you're in roughly second gear, you can actually go up onto the curb. The Radical is extremely stiff, and because of its aero, it's actually better for it to remain on the tarmac, on the actual track, and use the grip that it's got available. If it uses the curbs, more than likely it's going to rock over there.
Yeah.
If you've got a car with softer suspension, you'll probably get away with being able to run the curb.
So if you're in a track day or road car, there's a likeliness that you could use a bit of the curb here,
Exactly.
on the apex of turn 13.
Obviously be aware, if it's wet, then any white lines, any curbs, painted areas are going to be extremely slippy, and so generally in the wet conditions you avoid all curbs and all of the painted marks, just because there's less chance of error or risk. So he's hugged the curb.
I'm inside. What do we need for dinner?
Everything. Green beans, coconut milk, unexpected onions, and butter,
Find your dinner piece with Gusto, featuring dinners prepped in 5 or ready in 10 delivered to your door. It's the shortcut to seriously tasty meals with over 500 recipes every month. Get 50% off your first box at gusto.co.uk. Order now for next day delivery.
The curb, and what this is doing is this is opening up this corner here.
So we've got a left-hander coming up, so this
It's going straight into a left-hander.
Yeah.
It's a very short straight in between, so he's figuring out how to get the best exit into the next section of the track. So there's two layouts coming up here. So on the tourist day, you'll go around the next section. He's kept it to the left here to open up final corner of this little complex.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt. All of that section through turn 13, the next left, and then into this bit is all focused on this section, it looks like, because the exit of turn 13 was compromised. We're not using all the road there, then we're not using all the road through the next left in terms of getting the car in the right position for the next right hand one.
Exactly, so we've made sure we're all the way over to the left for the final part of this section that then suddenly opens up. What we can do is we'll rewind, we'll watch all of that section at full speed.
Yeah, okay, good.
So, full speed under the Bilstein Bridge, make your way over to the right hand side, opening up the next section of corners, little brake, nice and soft, go through this next section, brake again, making sure you open up the next sections of corners. So sacrifice the exit here, keep it to the left, braking, getting it turned, full power, getting nice and close to the curb, and then on the way to the next section of the track.
Can we just go backwards just a little bit to look at the apex of the barrier of the last turn and the curving on the outside, because it looks like it's a relatively normal curve. So here we want to have our vision across at the apex on the inside, I presume, but it's kind of like cops of Silverstone in terms of, not in terms of speed, but in terms of what you can see, that you can't actually see the apex. So is it one of those corners that's a little bit more kind of rhythmic? You need to know exactly from experience how much steering angle to put in the car, or is there a reference?
So it's very important to make sure you get a good exit onto the next straight, because the next straight has got a 200-300 meter length.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's important to get more time out of it, to make sure you get the car rotated and then straighten up. If you've got the steering on and then you're getting on the power and you've still got the steering loaded up, then more than likely you'll either understeer or you haven't gone around the corner as efficient as you could on.
Yeah.
So we're braking alongside the curb on the left here, getting it slowed down, and of course we're getting as close as we can to the barrier on the right hand side.
So if you're coming in here, there's just a little bit of extra time here just on the inner side. Is that something that you kind of use as a confirmation that you put the car up on the apex, or?
You're not aiming for the white line, you try and get as close as you can. Obviously different cars have different shapes, and if you try and get your wheels on the white line, in the majority of cars, more than likely you'll lose your whip. So it's more the exit that you're focusing.
Yeah, so we've got a reachable left straight after this. So the whole point of the last three corners is to set your car up so you're on the apex here and you're getting on the throttle as soon as possible to propel the car.
This little section's a little bit like Maggots and Beckett's at Silverstone, where
Ken wanted a beach. We wanted the beach. With Trip Planner, they both won. Expedia, made to travel.
depending on how you attack the first corner, it'll affect 3 corners later on.
Yeah.
And so I believe this part of the section is most important to get the best of exits for here, because if you're 2 miles an hour down at the exit of this point, you're 2 miles an hour down for the whole of the next straight.
Yeah, okay. So if we just go forwards just a section here, I can see that we should be looking towards the outside of the track here, and there's
a curb here which is possible to use.
Okay, so you can use a bit of that. It looks like it's just brick, so
exactly. So there's plenty of grip there. Just be aware you will get a little bit of movement, and you'll hear it and feel it through the car. It's quite a high frequency curb, so you'll get a high sort of frequency vibration through the car. Again, in the radical, they've realised that it's best not to use it just because they're using the downforce and slick tyre.
Yeah, okay.
That the car's got. In the bigger cars, in our GT3s, whenever we practice on this layout, we end up using the curb every lap on the exit. So we're at the T13 area. So as you can see here, these are temporary pits that we use if we're just testing on the Nordschleife only.
Right.
Otherwise, when we're testing using the Grand Prix circuit, if I just go forwards a little bit, this barrier here to our left and this bit of track here is where we come on to the Nordschleife.
Okay, so this is where the GP track comes merges with the Nordschleife.
Exactly.
Okay.
As we go into the next corner is a left-hand turn, and so again, we want to be opening the corner up as much as possible.
Yeah.
I'm not saying force the car over to the right-hand side, but we always use maybe an extra foot of tarmac from the pit lane exit of this next corner.
So when you're in this position now, we should be looking towards the end of the white wall that I just sort of flashed by.
So when we come out of the previous corner, we're very close. From when we're racing, we end up coming out from the previous corner and we make our way along to this side of the barrier.
Okay.
Obviously, because we're coming from the Nordschleife, we'll just gradually make our way over closer to the barrier.
It's a lot easier to get the car over to the right hand side, isn't it? If you just go back a few frames, I can see that the concrete wall changes just here, changes into the barrier, so it's quite a good reference just to see. Move yourself across the right hand side. Obviously, Michael in this video has got the car in the middle of the road because he's looking to overtake this MX-5, I think, just in front of us.
So normally where the MX-5 is, I'm not sure if we'll see it. We're going past a little bit too quick, but in fact, they've coned it off on this day. Right. So as you can see, there's a cone here going all the way down. So usually if them cones aren't there, then you can be a little bit cheeky, a little bit like Donington Turn 1. You can use the pit lane exit as a little bit of extra tarmac just to open up the corner. Again, going back to the bigger the corner, the more speed you can carry through it. And you don't want to force the car over there. You don't want to put in an angle though. Literally, it's just almost just drift over the line just a little bit to then help your next section.
And is this a braking zone here, or is it?
Yes, so this is quite a medium to high braking zone. So track is fairly flat, but obviously you can see that it starts to brown down a little bit. So you need to make sure that you get off the brakes to allow the front tyres to start doing their work of steering. If you're overloading the front whilst trying to turn, then more than likely you're going to cause yourself some understeer.
And in terms of references, are we braking somewhere near the change in the barrier, or is it? Are we using the pit exit as a reference, or the orange Marshall's?
So, in a road car, again, it's better to start off early. It's always a little tough. Maybe you'll get a maximum of 13, 14 laps during the day. But you just have to build it up, and you have to try and remember from the previous lap where you've braked. Again, depending on the car ability, then that's going to change your braking points. But it's better to start off early and then don't use markers like the rubber ones here that people have or shadows, because depending whether the track's been painted from the last time, obviously shadows during the day will move. So of course, if the shadow's getting further into the braking zone and you find yourself out braking yourself, it's because you're using a braking point that's obviously being variable. So try and pick up a point. Like a good example would be maybe where the wall changes, or if there's a tarmac change somewhere.
I think when you're trying to learn a circuit like the Nurburgring, because you don't get so much repetition, because you don't get so many laps there, it's good to have a very conservative reference, just to try to hold on to that information. So when you spoke about learning the circuit in chunks, maybe, and we're not saying that this is the exact breaking point, but maybe you have a reference here that could be the end of the wall. And if you get on the brakes and you know that you've slowed the car down way too early, the next lap, then at least you
just change it a metre or two. Literally, it's just little baby steps all the time.
But it's just important to be conscious of that reference.
Look at that concentration. Absolutely textbook. And that's perfect. The crowd are loving it.
Look, on Secret Beach. Take another look. A smile. Ready to light up Canada. Look, the driver hit her when she was cycling. If they'd have taken another look, she might still be here.
Take another look, not to life.
Reference point, isn't it? And that's the whole point when you're trying to learn a circuit like this.
The thing with this track is, let's say for example you're 8 seconds off the lap time. If you average it out, that's only 1/10 a corner. So don't try and find 8 seconds in one corner, because that's where people go wrong. So it's just literally just chipping away just little bits. Brake at the same point maybe, but maybe just allow yourself to release the brake a little bit sooner, just to have that extra mile an hour or two going around the corner if you've got that margin.
Okay, so into the next section.
So we're braking downhill now. Normally we're coming from the outside, but obviously we've just made an overtaking. We've just overtaken. the Mazda, so we're a little bit tighter. Get the car hooked around, and at this point, you should be looking at this curb here.
So, just to stop you there, Adam, that painting on the inside on the grass, is that always there? Or this is it's not a great reference point, but it was just that Michael came in on the apex, just about where that red triangle is on the inside here, but I presume that it's not always there.
I've never seen that.
You've never seen that? Okay, so don't use that as a reference point.
No, but it's one of them things. Obviously, you're always looking for reference points around the track. But this might have just been after an event, so it might be there.
Yeah.
Of course, the next time you go, it might end up being 2 meters further down the grass.
Yeah.
And so again, it's one of them. It's a little tough to. You've always got to reset. Every time you go back to Nurburgring, you have to reset all your braking points and your markers because they might have re-tarmac the place.
Yeah.
Like over winter, they always do big refurb work around the whole track. So even when I go back for the start of this year, it's going to be different to last year. Last year, they did some big work at Flugplatz, Flansgarden, where the cars have a good chance of taking off. They've smoothened off all the bumps there and they've made it a bit more shallow because of an incident that happened a few years ago.
Yeah.
And they're constantly making the place safer and better. So just be aware there's always going to be changes.
Okay, so sorry, don't use my painting reference on the inside. Use your vision, look all the way through. It looks like quite a good corner to be able to actually visualise your line all the way through the corner. You can actually see a little bit where the rubber is on the inside, but you can see that. Look forwards towards the exit curve.
So this is a great corner, really rewarding. And because it goes downhill as well, when you do get on the power, if the car's rotated the right amount, then it'll slingshot you down the hill. So again, getting close to the curb, but look at the angle of the curb. Depending on whether you believe your car can go up it or not, just obviously be aware. In the Radical, because it's got the stiff platform, they've taken the option to remain on the circuit.
It's like quite a violent curve, to be honest, and I imagine the car's all loaded up on the outside here, so it must be quite uncomfortable to run on it.
Sometimes you sort of run and you sort of brush up to it, and then it sort of like keeps you down.
Yeah.
But again, try not to go up it, because if your car does bottom out right on this peak here, then of course that's going to take the weight off the tyres, and there's a good chance that you could end up going in the wrong direction over here. So again, if it's wet, avoid using it as well. So we'll follow the track down the white line, just open it up a little bit. This little kink is flat, and then we'll straighten up for this section. Right, so as you can see here, we're at the 2 kilometre mark. There's an off camber going into this corner, so just be aware that it's going to try and drag us to the outside during our little brake. So it's just going to be fairly medium to soft brake, just get the car settled to then help you go into the corner.
What gear is this next right-hander?
So normally we approach it in 4th gear and we remain in 4th gear. Yeah.
So it's not a big deceleration?
No, it's not a huge deceleration. It's just settling the car up, making sure that you're not going to be going in at full tilt and making the mistakes. So as we start to turn in, suddenly the camber comes back to us.
Okay, so we generate some grip there.
Exactly. So again, be nice and close to the curb here. So if I go forward, hug the curb, and as you can really see now, we're really in the camber.
There's a lot of camber.
But just be aware, if we're using the maximum width of the track on the outside, once we exit, curb is very flat. In fact, it's actually a little bit off camber, so it could drag you there, and it's also the brick curb.
So sorry to interrupt. Michael here is not using all of the road on the outside, but that's because it's going to be overtaking this car coming up ahead. You would normally use a bit more of that road.
Yes, exactly. So we'd normally use a bit more. Obviously, Michael's trying to size up the car in front, understand where he's going, try and read the situation. So as we go down the road, you can see, watching both of them, it's actually quite bumpy here. So where the gold car is now, the BMW, is generally a good line to be. As you can see, it's very tight. He started braking and he started to make his way to the outside.
So basically just back here, we're kind of sticking somewhere near the curb, the inside curb, until it finishes, and then we're gently releasing the car.
Exactly, yeah. So you don't have to hug the curb completely, because it's more important to be braking. If there was no car here in front of us, we'd be coming in at more of this angle.
So we're braking for the next left-hander. So what you're saying, you kind of come around the outside of the left because we need to get the car as straight as possible.
Straight as possible. Get the energy out of it. Hit the brakes down 1 or 2 gears for the next corner, and then the corner following it, we probably end up having to go down an additional gear as well.
Okay.
To roughly second or third gear, depending on your car.
If you don't do it for you, do it for your dog.
Book a free hearing test at bootshearingcare.com.
Why do we search? Seems a human condition. Never quite satisfied. Endless options. Countless possibilities. Still, we yearn for something more. Now's the urge to explore the experience beyond boundaries. Search for something. Now we are entering 6 of you. Find you.
At this point, you can see that the track isn't very wide. It's not a huge amount of distance between the white line and the car, and then also between the car and the white line on the other side. So just be aware that if people are in the middle of the track, it's probably because they don't know quite where they're going, and they're giving themselves obviously their biggest margin possible.
Yeah.
It makes it obviously a little bit tough and adds a risk to overtaking. Obviously, Michael's raced for many years, has a lot of experience, he's read the situation, but it's always better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, of course.
You hear and see it so often. Videos end up on YouTube of incidents and crashing where someone's decided to go down the inside and the person on the outside hasn't noticed that they're overtaking. They've turned in for their apex and there's been contact. So, like I said, be safe. It's better to be safe than sorry.
So moving forward into the next section, we should be further over to the right hand side, but obviously Michael's going up the inside of somebody. Then we've got this curbing on the left that I guess we're not using too much of again.
Yeah, because the curb is quite aggressive here, we want to avoid it. We avoid it in the race car, and you should be avoiding it in the road car as well. As you can see here, the track is actually quite shiny, and that's because that is the general racing line, and that's where everyone's made the track nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Because we've just overtaken, rather than going around the track in that direction, we've got a trajectory of this direction.
Yeah.
So I'll go forwards, see how we're starting to come off the line.
Yeah,
that's just because we've been tight on the entry.
Yeah, so ideally we should be a little bit further over to the left. So we're decelerating to the left, coming through the left, and then the next right-hander.
So normally, sorry.
Go ahead, are we getting back on the brakes again here?
Yeah, back on the brakes. So we've braked for the first section, released a little bit just to get some of the energy out, braked again, maybe go down one final gear for this section. Obviously be aware, you don't really want to be touching this curb on the inside here because of the angle of it. If you do hit it, more than likely you could end up going in that direction, and of course there's the barrier there, which...
And in this section, whereabouts are you looking in terms of how far ahead? I can see that Michael's head's turned quite a reasonable amount here, just to try and visualise his line through the next section of the track.
Exactly, so you always want to be looking at least a step and a half ahead. So at this point, I'm looking from my apex here to my exit to where I want to get to over here.
Yeah.
And so you're always trying to look as far ahead as possible. Be a step and a half ahead of yourself, basically. So as we go through the section, we're now back on the correct racing line. We'll stick with this curve for a little bit, and then we will start to open the steering. If you watch his hands, I'll start to open the steering a little bit now. You can see the G-forces have meant that Anthony's radio has obviously come off the Velcro of his helmet and ended up on Michael's lap.
So if Michael's in the middle of the road here, we're not using all the road on the outside.
So again, depending on the car and the power you've got available, like in the GT3s, we're a little bit wider here.
Okay, but because the Radical's a bit more nimble with not a huge amount of power, it doesn't need to use all of that road.
Exactly. So we come back over to the right-hand side here, opening up the left-hand corner. So this is a great section of track. So from here, we can actually see the next 3 corners. So
in terms of deceleration at this point, are we on the brakes or are we heading in flat out?
So we're on the power, we're easing off the power, and then we're back on. And literally we're modulating everything just using the throttle. If we need a bit more steering, we just ease off the power, just rotate the car a little bit more. get nice and close to the curb, try and avoid using it. In fact, you can see we've just used the curb and how much it's unsettled the car.
Yeah, you can see his hand straighten up just for a second as he comes back down off the curb.
We go a little bit faster through here. You can see how it's just bumped and he's had to react a little bit with the steering.
Yeah.
Keiko's philosophy was go, go, go. But what she really needed was stop, stop, stop. Expedia, made to travel, battle protected.
A little soft brake into this corner. Depending on your car, the radical will end up going around the curb, but if you're in a bigger car or you've got softer suspension, you can get away with going up and over the curb. So there's a real sweet spot. You can end up riding around the top of the curb, like on a bit of a platform, and then you'll make your way down on the other side.
And when you come back over the other side, you're calling it a sweet spot because it's smooth as you come back down.
There's a sweet spot because if you go up it, sometimes you go up, glide across the top, and then you come down. It feels like it's almost just one constant flow. If you get it wrong, then it goes up, and then you sort of bounce a few times, and then you come down, and it bounces a few times. At that point, you're upsetting the car, so then it's probably better to go around the curb. We're just running one wheel on the curb. Again, we'll straighten up the steering wheel now. We'll have a little soft brake, and we've got a very open bit of the track here, so we can actually see a lot. So I'm looking at where I want to be on my exit. We're aiming for the apex, just here, but I'm modulating my speed so I can understand where I need to get to and where I can start to open the steering wheel and get on the power for the final part of this corner.
It looks like in this section as well, there's a bit of camber keeping the car on the inside here. Can you feel that when you're driving on the circuit?
Yeah, so all of this section feels great. Like, because you can see it all, you can be quite confident here, and you can sort of throw the car around a little bit. Obviously, make sure you're on the power, coming out of the corner, nice and smooth throttle application, and straight with the wheel. And the camber here does help. As we're exiting, we've got the curb on the outside. So in the big cars, we can run up it and across it, and then obviously come back down towards the end. We'll stick with the white line just for a little bit. Obviously, a car will accelerate at its best whilst all four wheels going in the right direction. And so we'll just use that a little bit to our advantage before we make our way over to the
So we're not in a huge rush to get back over to the left-hand side. We've got a bit of time to bring the car gently across, maximise the acceleration zone before we then come back over to the left.
Into your braking zone here, if you're right on the edge, it's a little bit of drop off, so we don't have to come all the way over to the white line.
And where are you braking around there, Adam? Is there some kind of reference as a tree or something in the barrier? Is it you're looking so far ahead that you're just doing it off feel and experience?
It's pretty tough to say exactly where your braking point is. So going into this corner, obviously we can see it's very shaded, so if it's wet, just be aware that this will probably be the last section of track to dry. And also because it's not high speed, it's not like the downforce of the faster cars is sucking the water out of the tarmac. Also be aware, because of the trees, it makes it extremely slippy in the wet as well, because of all the tree sap and leaves and stuff.
It just doesn't get exposed to the sun or the wind that's coming through to dry the track.
Exactly. So again, here it's just like a medium brake, probably remain in the same gear that you've approached it in.
So not a huge deceleration zone, more just to settle the car.
We're at the 3rd kilometre, as we can see, just on the side here.
Don't be looking at that when you
obviously don't be looking at that. In fact, further around, obviously there are signs. This kind of corner, you don't really want to be looking at the sign. You want to be concentrating on your apex over here, but dotted around the track are more signs with corner names. Going into this corner, we can use the curb on the inside again, depending on the car, but just be aware, you want to stay with the curb almost as long as you can, because in a second, the track is about to drop down. So of course, if you've got the centrifugal force or the weight in the car, at that point the car's going to go light, and you'll end up finding yourself on the right.
We've got a left-hander coming up, right? So if you're running wide already, it's going to make that left-hander particularly difficult.
Exactly. So stay with the curb as long as you can. And then at this section now, you can see it's going downhill, a bit of a corkscrew, and you want to make sure that when you do get on the power, you don't have to come off, because the next section of track is probably the longest straight that we've approached.
So the restricting factor as you come out of this section is the previous right-hander. This next left is more of a kink. It's not a
Exactly.
where you should have to lift.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to lift. So from this point, I'd say, okay, in the radical, we can get away with it because of its downforce and how nimble it is. But if you're in a car with more power, you'd want to be a little bit further over to the right to make sure that this corner is easier to do flat around here.
So the main aim of this section is to be flat from the exit of the right-hander, and if you need to compromise the apex speed slightly to open up the left, then it's worthwhile doing that to carry the speed.
And we're looking all the way at this section. We are looking as far down the track as possible. You'll drive generally where you look. So what we can do now is we can get to the exit curb here, obviously use the maximum width of the track, and I think it would be a good idea to do the whole of that section at full speed, just to understand how the whole thing looks without any interruptions or pauses.
I would recommend Sensodyne Clinical White to my patients with sensitive teeth that are looking for whiter teeth.
Pauses. So we're heading into the hats and back area. We're looking at the car in front, making sure that it's in a safe position to overtake, getting it slowed down, on the power, use the middle of the track, ease off just a little bit, use the curb here, slight brake, get it turned, on the power, over to the left-hand side, brake, stay with the curb, stay with the curb, stay with the curb, on the power now, flat out down here. Now we're heading to the Flugplatz.
So that whole section, I think it looks really quick in the radical because I think the radical is very well suited to that kind of
corners very nimble and tight corners.
Yeah, exactly. So in a road car, in your AMG Mercedes, I think you probably have having to decelerate a little bit more than you would do in this radical. But it just looks incredible fun. It's a really flowing piece of track.
Yeah, so this section of the track, like I said, because you can see it, it's very easy to get your confidence up in that section. It's because it's the start of the lap, it's quite easy to remember as well.
Yeah.
And again, you just have to be aware because you end up getting your confidence up here, and then the next section's very flowing. Of course, it is going to slow down and tighten up very soon. So just be aware. Obviously, that section's great, but not to give yourself too much confidence for later on around the lap.
Okay, so we've got a reasonable straight now.
So we've just completed that section of the track. We're coming over to a bridge, so we can go over the bridge.
And we just want to be looking as far ahead here, but also because visibility, I think, at the Nurburgring is so difficult because of the barriers and the trees. You do need to have experience, don't you?
Exactly.
To know that you can be flat over this brow or through this corner, you need to build up to it slowly because you can't see all the way through.
Yeah, exactly. So coming out of that previous corner, obviously over the bridge, just if you have a little lift, it means that on the next lap, you'll hopefully come back and you'll be able to improve on that. Obviously, if you go and do it from the first lap flat out and something goes wrong, you're going to be regretting it for a long time. So it's going to be a long walk home. So going into Flugplatz. So this area has just recently been re-tarmacked. They've made it softer and smoother going over there.
So the crest has been reprofiled?
Yes, exactly. Because unfortunately, a few years ago, there was an incident where a car took off over this section, and there's quite a few famous photos of cars 2 and 4 wheels off the track here. They've made it safer, and some people said, it's taken away its character, but at the end of the day, our sport has to be safe.
If the car takes off just because it's getting some air under it, there's no skill or anything involved in that. It's just so we might as well make it as safe.
Oh yeah, it's more risk than reward for that happening.
Well, okay, that you can't control as well. It's not if you take off because the air's gone under the car. It's not the driver's fault. It's just because of the situation.
Exactly, and you don't want to repeat of what happened in Le Mans or other places where we're approaching this at 230 kilometers an hour. So of course, on our cars, it's got a flat bottom. So if you go once it gets to that point, it's like an aeroplane wing and it can take off. So we want to avoid that. Same with the Radical and a lot of the modern day race cars. They have the flat floor because it produces more grip at higher speeds. The road cars, obviously, you can have a little bit more movement over there, and so you'll have to take it a little bit easier. So, coming up to Flugplatz.
So what follows this section of track, Adam?
So,
what's coming up?
At this point, it looks like it could just continue for ages in a straight line, but it doesn't. In fact, the next section of the track is probably one of the corners where there's the most incidents around the circuit, especially when racing. The next corner follows onto another long straight, so people get frustrated, or they'll try and overtake or dive bomb here, and this is where the incidents start.
Right.
So we come to a corner which in most road cars will be a brake and maybe down a gear, or in the faster cars with the aero, then it'll just be a lift maybe, and just a check-up before you go for the next section.
Okay.
We want to be all the way over to the left-hand side.
As we're coming over the crest?
Yeah. Obviously give yourself a little margin, because if your car does move, if you're already on the white line and you end up on the grass, then it's game over. So give yourself just a little bit of margin. As you can see,
he put that smile back on my face, which was my first step in the journey of coming back to me.
Guide dogs.
Now that's savage.
see here,
Yeah.
we're about a foot or two away from the white line.
Even in a Radical with lots of aero, with a professional driver driving, he's still giving himself some space on the left-hand side.
You can reduce that margin as you get over the brow, but before you get to the brow, obviously you have to be aware. So suddenly we realise that we can see the barrier in front of us, and the car turns away. So there's the barrier.
Okay. So for those drivers who are maybe needing to brake, if they're in a road car needing to brake and change down, where would they be doing it? As the car settles when they come over the crest, or will they need to do it before the crest?
So I'd recommend having a lift around here, going over the brow, the car's going to go light, and then have a little bit of a brake here.
And in this point, just in terms of reference, we're not saying that this is where you should be braking, but just so you can gauge improving as you go through more and more laps, we've got the orange marking on the barrier on the left-hand side here, which I guess you could just use as a bit of a reference. Obviously, you might be braking before it or possibly after it, but it's just a reference so you can gauge and be conscious of that point.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just maximising the width of the track now. Now we're coming down. You can see that in this section there's less tarmac there, so now we've got the car settled. We're able to do that, and we've started to turn in. Obviously the Radical's got a lot of downforce. It's able to carry a load of speed into here, more than most road cars. So just be aware, obviously, the speed of this car will be a lot higher than the majority of cars.
Once you come over that crest, sorry to interrupt again, you've got your vision a long way ahead of yourself, looking across, and can you spot this red and white curbing on the inside?
So at the start of it you can't, but you can literally see the very start of it. Just there. And you don't want to aim for it too soon. It's better to have a slightly later turn in and then hug it. So this corner's got two apexes. It's a bit like a 50p piece shaped corner. So we've got our first bit, and then we'll open up the steering. Again, you can actually see two dark lines from where everyone ends up driving, where they've laid the rubber down on the track. We'll come out a bit, and then we'll make our way back for the second apex of this corner here. And
I guess this is similar to some of the previous corners that we spoke about, where the line might be slightly different in the Radical than it would be in a road car or a car with more power or less grip, because you might square it off a little bit more in a high power car.
Exactly, and so at this section you want to be looking quite far down the track. So once you've got around this curve, you want to pretty much be flat out, if you can be, all the way through the next section. Obviously, you've got to make sure the car's safe and secure. If you're in a car with a lot of power and not much downforce, then you might have to ease out the power a little bit through the next section of the track. But just to give you an idea, we're only at the 4th kilometre now, so we've still got 16 kilometres to go. And again, on the outside, there's a sign of which corner we're at. So the next section is very flowing. Just be aware, when you are coming out of here, if you put 2 wheels on the grass, of course you can be doing speeds of 150 kilometers an hour plus around here. And of course, if you end up putting a wheel on the grass, more than likely it's going to end up in disaster. So just try and be smart about it, and nice and smooth, nice and straight with the wheel. And the next section is very flowing. In fact, we'll be able to flow through this part of the lap now. Just very small steering wheel movement, using all the track.
And in most cars, it's flat all the way down here.
Yes. Yeah. So this section's flat all the way through.
There's crests. And
there's crests. But of course, when you first approach it, the first few times you'll end up lifting because you're unsure. And it's better to be unsure and to lift and be safe.
Yeah.
And again, building it up. So now we're approaching a bridge. Again, quite a few cars can take off here, and it can be very tricky because it's just before quite a major corner and braking zone. So again, this is where you see the odd incident on YouTube and stuff from cars going off it.
In terms of they're coming over the crest and getting on the brakes while the car's all unloaded? Or...
Yeah, well, because going over this, you might have one wheel off the ground, depending on the weight distribution of your car. And so, again, when I raced here in the GT4, we had a lift before, and then we ended up having a brake on the other side. So we had to lift before this.
So lift, let the car go over the crest, and then when it settles, get back on the brakes again.
Exactly.
Obviously, this depends on the type of car that you're in and how quick you're arriving here, if it's aero or not. But it's just something to consider that, you know, a lot of people...
Even different race cars have different braking points and lifting points around the track.
Yeah. So the braking point could well be before the crest of the hill.
Exactly. So if that's the case, brake just a little bit lightly before the crest, go over the crest, and then brake again.
Yeah.
Look, on Secret Beach, take another look. A smile, ready to light up Canada. Look, the driver hit her when she was cycling. If they'd have taken another look, she might still be here.
Take another look, not to life.
Again, just to get some of the energy out of it. So on this section of the track, as you can see, we go over the brow. I'm just going to stop it there. If you have to overtake here, going back to that crest, the hump here, even though it looks less, is more aggressive than on the racing line. So if you overtake, you've got more chance of getting airborne there. Right. Of course, if you're airborne, when it does land, sudden energy can cause a big reaction. So just be aware, if you are overtaking there, be super careful. I'd advise maybe to not overtake there if you can, because of course we're going into an extremely fast part of the track now.
So sorry, just winding it back, I can see here that we're coming over to the right-hand side of the track. So about at the point that we come on the crest, we're just getting over to the right-hand side. Is that correct?
Exactly, just the minimal amount of steering all the way through the previous section.
Yeah.
We're braking now at this point.
We're braking again now, So it's a big braking zone here.
It's, well, again, depending on the car, like, we approached this in our GT3, we're approaching it at 275 kilometers an hour, so about 170 mile an hour. And we slow down to about 250, so we're only actually slowing down about 20 kilometers. But we've got huge amounts of error. In a road car, more than likely you're going to have to go down a gear.
Yeah.
And the braking zone is going to be a lot longer. And because a road car doesn't have the drag of a race car, they could actually be approaching it closer to like 150 as well. But they'll probably have to slow down, maybe 50 mile an hour. Sorry, I keep on swapping between kilometers and miles here. But so just be aware that the road car isn't going to be able to handle the high-speed stuff as well as our race car.
Yeah.
So going into this corner, brake, down a gear. There's a nasty little bump around this corner. And so you've got to be aware of where it is. Well, in fact, there's more than one. So there's this one, which in our car, in our GT3 car, we don't feel as much. But then there's actually one closer to the inside. Right? It's actually better to give it a little bit of a wide berth, like they are here. See, there's maybe a foot and a bit of margin, just because the closer you get to the inside, the more aggressive the bump is.
So it's actually better in this section of track not to get too close to the apex, to the inside, so you don't go over that bump.
Exactly, like the bump can upset it. It would just be like a nudge to the side, and it can upset the car.
What gear are we in here? Fifth in the mark.
We're in sixth, so we just leave it in sixth gear. So
really high speed stuff.
Yeah, really high speed stuff. And so we'll open up the steering a little bit. We'll come into the middle of the circuit, because generally the centrifugal force will pull us out.
Yeah.
The radical has enough downforce that he can keep it tight.
Yeah.
And then once you're in a straight line, there's a change of tarmac here, which let's try and see if we can see it on this video. I think this is it here.
Right, okay. And it's not that visible on the video, but I presume it's a bit more visible in real life.
So there's a change of tarmac there, and we want to be braking before it, basically.
Okay. But you're
it's
still using that as a reference. You can see it when you initially get on the brakes.
Yeah, so we're braking actually before it. So we're braking before it, and this corner, depending on your car, is second or third gear. We change between the two. It's really in the middle for us. So depending if you're on new tyres, we might leave it in third gear because you can just carry that little bit of extra speed. If you're on older tyres, then you'll have to just check it up, slow it down a little bit more going into Arenberg.
But whatever, it's a big braking zone.
Yes, this is a big braking zone.
You need to get the platform with the car flat, steering wheel straight, vision looking towards the curbing on the inside there, I presume.
Yep.
But get in the car in a straight line so we can brake as efficiently as possible.
Exactly. So this is the corner. In fact, if it's wet here, just be aware. There's not much shade or shadows there, but the racing line here in the wet is like ice.
Okay.
So this is the only corner that I'm sort of going to advise that if it is wet, it's actually better to be on the outside of the track.
Yeah, away from the rubber.
Away from the rubber. And then as you get closer to the corner, you'll cross the line and go around the outside of the following corner.
Yeah.
So on the brakes, now this is a great corner. So we've got the camber, and even though it's second, third gear, it's a real good corner that gives you a lot of satisfaction if you get it right. It's about coming off the brake, and you don't have to necessarily get to the apex of the corner. You can almost remain around the middle of the corner, all the way through the thing.
So we're just trying to roll the speed into this right-hander.
Exactly, and you want to be looking all the way over here.
Once you come into this section, we're getting the car in, we're decelerating, but then are we at a constant speed for a reasonable amount of time until we can see that exit curbing?
Maybe for about a third of the corner.
Right.
You hold it at a constant speed because it is such a long corner. You'll hold the speed, and then as you can start to see the exit curb over here, obviously you're trying to get away and squeeze the power as much as possible, and you will start to obviously run towards the outside of the corner. Just be aware at the outside of the corner where the curb is, it's quite an aggressive curb, so if you go up it, it will unsettle the car a little bit, but you can run down the top of the curb because it's like a bit of a platform.
Right, okay. So it's quite aggressive from
so you can run
the car being loaded up so much. You can probably feel it quite a lot through the car.
Yes, exactly. So sometimes we'll run up to it and we'll sort of like use it as a bit of a ramp, but we won't go on top of it. Now this section, another great section, downhill going into Foxhole, which I believe translates to Foxhole, and it's just downhill all the way, and literally you straight line the car, and the track literally just moves from side to side whilst you're straight lining.
So is it flat out this whole next section?
This is, yes.
Yeah. So even in a road car without aero on
so the first part of it should be flat out. So in fact, I'm going to run full speed through this section. So flat out down here. We'll open it up into the middle, and then literally the track just goes from side to side whilst we remain in a straight line.
And the first section there, it looked like you couldn't quite see, but then it opens up. Is that right? Can you see through this section? Does it give you confidence as you're coming through there?
So once you've got through the first bit,
this bit.
So this bit, of course, you can't see. So your first few laps, you're going to be taking it easy. In fact, pretty much where we are now, there is a bump. I don't know whether you can see their helmets just going up and down as they go over that bump.
Yeah.
But if we play at full speed, there is a bit of a bump there. So, like for us, we sometimes just bounce into the limiter because we're so high in the revs at that point. for us sometimes we shorter shift.
Yeah.
If it's wet here, be extremely careful.
Yeah.
As you can see, there's loads of trees all the way down here. So all the tree sap and all the shade and shadow makes this section really slippy in the wet.
Yeah. But in the dry, is it reasonably easy to be flat, even in your 600 horsepower Mercedes?
Yes, it is. Yeah, so we're comfortably flat all the way through here. Very little steering movement.
So the vision's really key down here because we're going super quick. We need to be looking a long way ahead of ourselves.
So at this point, we need to start setting the car up correctly for the compression at Foxarrow. So we end up keeping over to the right-hand side a little bit.
Almost until the end of the curve on the right. The end of the curve
so usually we'd stay maybe just a fraction more radical. We're getting away with it because of the amount of aero and the lightness of it.
Sorry, Adam, could you just go back so I can see exactly? So you're saying that at this point, where we've got a bit of a reference in our peripheral with the curve on the right.
Yeah, so I'd want to keep my wheels going in that direction.
Okay, for a little bit longer.
Just a little bit longer. Okay. Just because then when we do get into the compression, we're not turning as much, loading the car up and then going in the compression where we can have a reaction.
Okay. And is this a corner in terms of, do you need to decelerate for it or is it flat?
So in the GT3 cars, it's flat, but I've been around in a Golf, for example, and it's not. Right. Because, of course, down here, suddenly you've actually picked up a load of speed because it is so steep downhill.
Yeah.
You've picked up a lot of speed, and without any aero and with road tyres, you do have to have a check up here.
Okay.
Like, when I say we're flat, we're on the limit, flat.
Yeah, it's
so
flat.
And that's because we've got slick tyres and aero. So in a road car, do not attempt to do it flat.
Okay.
It's a bit like Eau Rouge at Spa, where people claim they've done it flat and there's no chance they've done it. Unless you're in a single-seater or something with a huge wing.
Or something with 27 horsepower.
Well, yes, exactly. So we're coming down, we're coming into the compression, and again, we're looking as far around the track as possible. You can see where the compression is just here, and then it starts to go straight.
And is that where you're bringing the car over to the left? It looks like there's a little bit of a kink in the track. I don't know if
there is.
The video.
No, it's right. So there is a kink there. So we're coming down, and if we've come at a slightly wider angle, then it means that we're straighter through the compression.
Yeah.
And we want to be aiming for this section up here. Okay. But you do not want to be on the curb on the outside. If you touch the curb on the outside, more than likely it's going to be game over. So
can I just go back a few frames? I just wanted to point out that when you're coming down to this left-hander, from this point, you're saying the car should be a little bit further over. Yeah. The Radical can get away with it because it's got so much grip. But from here, it looks like there's as a visual reference in terms of what we're aiming for, it looks like you can see this kink, and that's what we're bringing the car towards.
Exactly. And so we'd normally be coming from this angle.
Yeah.
Just to make the compression, we'll just have less steering through the compression.
Okay.
So we're going through here now, and we're sizing up the width of the track. As we're coming from this direction, if we'd come from in fact, you can see here where it's wider. If we've come from that direction, it means that we have less load in the car at the peak point of where the compression is.
So the next section, are we getting on the brakes? It looks like the circuit goes left.
Yes, so this is the corner generally catches most people out because we've had the last 3 kilometres of everything apart from Arenberg. It's been flat out, super fast. It gives you a false sense of security that you suddenly think
it's just going to continue.
That it's going to continue, but it's not. So this section of the track sharpens up very dramatically.
Right.
So we've come here, we've gone through the compression, car's compressed, and at this point actually the car will come out of its compression and more than likely will start to move. So this is where you've got to be very cautious.
And how early are we having to think about getting on the brakes in a car or in a race car?
In a road car, you might end up braking before Foxhole.
Right, okay.
So you'll end up braking, just having a little check-up at this point. You'll end up having a little...
For the Foxhole, but after
just
that, to the next section.
Calm the car down, and then we'll end up braking pretty much from when the car's settled, go down a gear or 2, stay with the curb. The thing here is not to panic. When people panic, they overload the car, they'll either understeer into the barrier or they'll get away with it, but then, of course, as you'll find out in a second, the track suddenly turns to the right once you've gone through this left. And, of course, if you're in the wrong position, it suddenly makes the next section extremely hard.
Okay, so from my point of view, not knowing Nurburgring at all, really, you can't see very much here, so it's important that we come through the foxhole, get on the brakes quite early, especially if we're learning the circuit.
Yeah.
And then, as you say, leading into the
fact, if we just do this next section at full speed for a second, you'll get an understanding of how suddenly it slows down.
Okay.
So we're on the brakes normally. We'd go over the inside curb, get it slowed down. Again, this is down another gear or two, get it slowed down another gear, maybe two.
Oh, yeah.
And this is where it catches everyone out.
Yeah, it really does tighten up, yeah.
Like, on this section here, more than likely you're going to be in second gear. But, of course, it's very blind going into these 2-3 corners.
Okay,
So we've just gone through the compression.
Yeah.
We're looking for our curb. So in a big car with good suspension, you can use the whole of this curb on the inside here.
We just balanced on the throttle here
in fact, we've braked. We've just released the brake to go over the curb, and then we're braking again.
For the right, okay.
Yeah. So all of this section, you're continuously reducing the speed pretty much.
Understood.
You want to be roughly in the middle of the track, like where we are now.
Yeah.
Because if you're too far to the right, it makes the next corner harder, and then it upsets the
flow as we go through the complex.
Exactly. So we're going to be braking. We're in fifth. We've gone down to fourth. In fact, you can just see his gears here. So, and more than likely in a road car, we might end up going down to third gear. We're going to hug this curb on the inside. We'll stay with the curb for as long as we can.
And at this point, are we decelerating, or are we get balance in the throttle, or?
So we've just come off from decelerating from the previous two corners, and then maybe at this section we can give it a little squirt of throttle.
Just to take
just to jump to the next corner, just for this little section here. So we'll end up aiming for that apex there. So at this point we'll end up going straight, and we'll open up the corner, and then we'll come back and tighten it up.
Okay, it looks quite tricky because I feel like we'd be braking at somewhere around this area, but we've still got steering angle in the car. So I guess that initial brake pressure needs to be quite smooth, or are we carrying speed?
Once you're straight at this point, you can then suddenly brake. But from here, it's probably here, you can accelerate a little bit.
Right, okay.
And then it's only at this point that we're braking, and you'll end up going straight, and then you're going to come back to rotating the car.
Okay.
So we're braking, we're going to straighten up.
Braking through the corner and across towards
So we've just opened up the corner, and now it's going to tighten up to its tightest apex.
So Verge here hasn't gone all the way to the outside of the track. Is that just because the radical's so nimble, or is that the actual line?
No, generally that's the line. I think if you're in a heavy car, you're going to end up being forced out there a little bit more anyway, but you never want to be at the edge of the track.
Because you can't get back in.
Yes, exactly. It's just, if you're angled, if you've come from that angle and you're aiming there, suddenly you're making this even tighter to go around there, whereas if you're coming from this angle, then suddenly you've made it less effort.
And that section's much more important than the section we're in right now.
Exactly. So, as we come through this section, there's normally a green or orange bit of barrier that you can sort of aim towards.
Right, okay.
But, in fact, there it is.
There it is. Yeah. So you're kind of picking that in your...
We're picking that. The video is a little bit harder to see it, but generally... in a road car, you're a little bit higher up and you'll be able to see it a little bit easier. So, from this angle, this is where we're sort of aiming towards.
Yeah.
So, we're aiming towards it there. And then we'll tighten up the steering at this point. So, obviously, this is the slow section.
Yeah.
A little bit of power in between this apex and the next, and then as you come off the power, it'll actually help draw the front of the car back in, because suddenly you've gone from a car squatting to a little bit of pitch,
Yeah.
and it'll just help rotate the car. So generally, you don't have to brake here.
Okay.
I'd avoid using the curbs on previous corner or this one here, because more than likely, because of the how aggressive it is going onto it, it'll more than likely push you off.
And this looks like quite a long corner. We're looking a long way around. Are we looking for this exit curbing?
So we're looking at the exit curb, and again, we'll end up rubbing up against it, and then more than likely just to come down. So you seem to do that, like, once you're going around the track, you'll probably use all of 3 curbs.
Right.
In the Nordschleife. So I use the one in Foxarrow, which is about 4 corners back. The one at Hatzenbach, which is near the start of the lap. And then there's a 3rd curb at Wipperman, which is after the carousel later on around the lap.
So moving forward, what's coming up next?
So the next section is on the power. We'll go into the middle of the circuit. Again, just nice and steady. All of this is flat. This is a great part of the circuit. I can understand why.
Anthony's very happy there.
I can understand why they get frustrated, because the next corner for us is the smallest brake. We leave it in the same gear, 5th gear, and then we'll go down a few. Of course, in the Radical, I wouldn't be surprised if it's usually flat. Obviously, in a road car, we're probably going to have to go down again.
Yeah.
Here, you're braking in the middle of the track. You can see that the track goes down here, and it also goes down there. So there's a bit of a crest in the middle, or a flat spot in the middle of the circuit that you want to be aiming for.
Right. Can you see that when you're on the track?
Yeah. So once you're at speed, in fact, let's have a look. Once you're at speed, you can see that
it's kind of like
this part of the track drops off. So of course, you don't want to be using all of the track on the entry, because more than likely you'll struggle to get the car back to the apex
because of the camber.
Exactly. So
and this position that they're in, we've got some traffic ahead of us now. This position, is this the correct position, or should they be a little bit closer to the right?
I would be closer to where the yellow car is.
Right.
They've gone tight because they're sizing up the Porsche in front for an overtaking manoeuvre. But of course they've got to be careful because there's 2 cars there. So normally they'd be able to drive past quite a big speed difference, but if he doesn't get past the Porsche, you've got to be careful. If he doesn't get past the black Porsche, I believe it's a black Porsche, then you've got to be careful that the yellow one doesn't come in, because we're in the Radical, we're so low, they might not have even seen us yet.
Yeah.
So it looks like the yellow car has seen us, so that's fine.
And we're on about the right line here. It looks like it's a long corner.
Ignore the artistic line on the track.
So if you're apexing somewhere around the peaks, is it still there?
Yeah, so
Adam put this in 2016, so just pick up a reference.
So hit the penis. So our car positioning here is pretty good. Where the black car is roughly where you want to be. They should maybe open up the steering a little bit more. We're going for the overtaking manoeuvre. And usually down this section, you want to have a straight wheel for your braking point into this section of the track.
So might you take a slightly wider line, just a little bit wider through the left, so that you can get the platform of the car flatter before you get on the brakes of the next section?
Exactly. So we're now in the Metzgerfeld section of the track. So braking, usually maximising the width of the track. Just be aware, obviously, if you do brake or touch the grass, you've got a good chance of going straight on, and it's the Nurburgring, it's not forgiving.
It's a big braking zone, Adam. So
we're going to be going down maybe 2 gears.
Okay.
And the next section is a chicane. It's quite a relaxed chicane. We've got a camber going through both parts of it, so you will have a bit of a crossover from one to the other.
Right. Okay.
Again, you can see where the track is darker here, from where it's used so often. We're braking, we're releasing, we're getting the car turned in, and you want to be looking around the corner as far as possible, and you'll stick with the curb, you'll stay with the curb.
It looks like we're making the curb actually quite a long way through what I would say was the corner. If you just go back a little bit, Adam, it looks like you can see, you know where the barrier is, just here on the inside as you're coming through. Just go forwards a second. like as you're coming in, can you be using this as a kind of general reference as to where you just want to be staying on the curb until on the inside?
It's very open here, so you can actually see quite far around the corner.
Yeah.
And so you use that to your advantage to understand where you're going. You want to stick with the curb. Obviously, the barrier's closing closer to the track.
Yeah.
And we want to be pretty much staying with the curb for as long as possible.
Almost until the end.
Almost until the end.
By.
And then now it's flat, and now we're going to be cameraing into the next part of the corner.
So
if we've gone wide,
yeah,
of course we're going to make the next corner sharper, and it's going to drop off. So you've got to be aware that it might not be flat.
So where would you position the car?
So I'd position here, or maybe half a metre over to the left in a heavier car.
So we're talking a quarter of the track width away from the right-hand side, basically.
Exactly. So this next section is going to be going downhill in a minute, so we'll stick with the curb, stay with the curb. Don't go too far to the outside too soon.
And that right-hander, is that an acceleration zone? Are we flat through there? Once we come through the left, are we back on the throttle? And then
yes. Yeah, you're back on the power. You might have to ease off as we go through the right-hander and then squeeze back onto the power to go down the hill. So we're now going down the hill. This is a crest. We can't see the apex. And literally once you get to roughly where these boards are,
yeah,
you're going to start marking out your braking zone for here. So you'll remain braking down the side of this white line.
Okay, and is it a big braking zone, this one?
Yes, because it's downhill and you don't realise how steep this part of the track is. So this corner is second, third gear again. So
right, okay.
But we'll probably approach it in high end of third or maybe the bottom end of fourth gear. So we'll be braking down here. It's a corner that you'll always feel the ABS. It's like the tarmac for some reason just isn't that grippy on this section of braking zone. And so you'll stay nice and wide, and we're going to be opening this corner as much as possible. So we're in Callanhard, which is a great corner. Again, it's got the camber. In the wet, you want to be going all the way around the outside of it.
Right.
Just be aware, in the wet, it's super slippy here, again, because we've got all the trees on the outside that cause, obviously, the shade, and also the tree sap makes it extremely slippy. But to start off with, we'll end up roughly in the middle of the corner as we're going through. And then towards the end, it's a very late apex. So as we start to make our way back, we'll start to notice that we can see the curb on the outside of the track as well.
Okay.
So
it looks really difficult to actually see anything through this section because the inside barrier's, again, quite close to the circuit. So it's, for me, it looks like a lot of people could try and turn in too early there.
It's very easy to turn in. It's very easy to turn in early. It's one of them corners that invites you to turn in early.
Yeah.
But that is the wrong thing to do. If you turn in early, then it just means you have to over-slow it, or you'll just end up with a load of understeer. But again, we're always looking for where the exit curbs are. The exit curbs give you an idea of when we can start to get on the power for the majority of the track. Again, getting to the curb, slightly softer than some of the others, but we can ramp up to it and come down. So I'm not saying go on the top of it, but just use it, and it'll just sort of stop you going on top anyway because of the angle on it.
Yeah, okay.
This next section I think is brilliant. So we're going to open the car up. We're going to be going into the middle of the track.
Okay.
And this is one of the corners which a few drivers have a few different names for it. So I call it Piff Paff. But basically, it's a fast chicane. And it's got a bit of camber going through both parts of it.
But we still need to decelerate as we're coming in.
So, we're accelerating hard going into it now. And in our GT3 car, we just have a lift.
Right.
Some smaller cars, you might have to have a little brake. But just be aware, we are going downhill, and we're always going to have some kind of steering input in. So just be careful not to brake too suddenly because it could upset the car. So it's a bit of a soft application on the brake just to get the car settled. And we want to be going in looking at our first apex. Again, be aware, if there's shade here...
Yeah, I can see that.
In fact, this is not too bad compared to how it can be. Sometimes there's shadows literally going all the way across the track, and it makes it really hard to see because you've come from a very light section of the track.
If it is like this, can you pick out the curbing on the inside? I can see Michael's head's actually turned quite a lot to the left-hand side. So all the way back, and a bit earlier than we are in the video, we should be looking out for that curbing.
So yeah, we're giving it a wide berth here. So we're coming in, we're looking at the curb, and we're getting it scooped in. Get as close as you can to the curb, but do not use it. If you use the curb, it is only going to upset the car.
Right.
And if you do use it, you'll end up on the right-hand side, and more than likely, you could end up, in fact, you can see the bump there.
The big bump, yeah. Got to be
So
a little bit careful of that bump.
just got to be
Right,
careful of the bump.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of cars actually do bottom out. We bottom out through this section of the track, and you don't want to be going wide because then it'll only offset you for the next corner. So you want to stick with the camber a little bit, open it up, and then get through the next section of the track.
And I just noticed there, if you just go back a few frames, there's a white thing on the inside. Is that always there? Because it looks like you could possibly use that as a reference from the previous left-hander.
To be honest, you can use it as a reference, but I'm normally focusing on the curbs of where you actually want to be because, again, with it being shaded and stuff, it can be a little damp there, so you want to make sure that you're not going to be running onto any of them damp sections. If we run it at full speed, in fact, let's run it full speed through the last 4 corners. You can get an understanding of where we're going to be looking. So we've just completed our overtaking. To the left, stay with the curve, flat through here, on the power, keep going, hard on the brakes, remain on the brakes for a long time. In the middle of the track, get to the apex near the exit, open up the steering over to the right, over the bump, you can see it, and then we're going to be on the brakes here. So when we brake for this section, again, it's not a sudden stamp on the brakes because we've still got a lot of energy in the car, so it's we're sort of ramping up the brake pressure and then we're coming off. This corner, again, a great corner. It's called miss, hit, miss, and it's pretty self-explanatory. You miss the first apex, you get the second apex, you miss the third apex.
Right.
It's 50 pence piece, like shaped.
Okay.
You'll use quite a lot of the track on the entry, maybe a fraction more, but we'll end up missing this section. We'll have to have a break here, and we'll end up remaining in probably the gear that we've approached it in.
Okay, which in the Merc is...
Fourth gear.
So medium high speed.
And we'll miss the first apex.
And we're saying this is the first apex here where that catch fencing was on the inside.
We'll get the second one here.
Yeah.
Like we're right up
so
wheel.
Right on the curb.
Yeah.
Well, not on the curb, but next to
wheel on the white line.
Yeah.
And then we're on the power and we'll miss this third one as well. Like you could get a car next to us.
Yeah.
If you look here, you can fit a car there almost. And then opening up to the outside.
Once you've brought it into that, the actual apex in the middle of the corner, are we getting back on the throttle at that point, or are we balancing it and waiting?
So we're balancing it. We're maybe around 30-40%, and it's only once you start to straighten up the wheel that you're going to be back on the power.
Right.
What you've got to be careful is this sudden piece of grass here can approach you very quick.
Yeah.
And I've seen it often enough that people end up with two wheels there, and of course the next section of track you've got quite a hard braking zone, and if you're on the grass there, then it's not going to look pretty. So we brake.
What's coming up next?
So the next section is actually the tightest corner on the track.
Right.
So we'll be braking into the first bit, release the brake a little bit, and then continue to brake as it tightens up and then turns left.
There's a common theme of these corners where we're decelerating a bit, coming up off the brakes to just let the car move forwards a bit, and then braking it.
Exactly, yeah. So it happens a lot around here, and this is once you get to learn the track, and obviously you've got your respect for where the corners are and stuff, that's when it suddenly becomes really rewarding, and the time will literally just start to drop off from when you complete your first few laps. So as we're braking down, we're nice and straight, making sure that we are using the maximum width. Like there is no tarmac between the car and the grass.
And are there any references back there, Adam? I mean, are you braking this far back in the...
So we're braking maybe around here. Sadly, there aren't really any references, but it's quite a daunting corner. So you end up braking because you can't see, but you have to be aware that we're going to be changing direction very soon.
Okay.
So we're braking, going down a gear or two here, easing off the brake so that we can take some of the energy around.
Yeah.
So we can get around the corner. And then once we straighten up, we're going to be braking again.
Okay, so we're on the brakes, releasing them as we're coming through the corner, letting the thing settle again.
And now we're braking. And we're going to be braking in a straight line going towards the next apex.
Diving down towards the apex.
Yes, pretty much. So we will open up. We'll hit the first apex, open it up, and then we'll come back for the second apex. Okay. So let's see where the Clio goes. So the Clio's gone way too wide on the entry here.
Yeah.
But generally, we'll get the first one. We'll come wide.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we'll drag it. Like, we're still reducing speed here.
So
this is why we're able to suddenly come back.
It almost looks like at points here that we're in no man's land. We're kind of breaking across this first left, but we don't go all the way to the outside, I presume, because we can't get it back in.
Yeah, you'll just never get it back.
Like, so the important point is to be here at this point.
Exactly.
Get the thing turned.
So the exit of this corner, we need to be coming out to the left. Obviously, where the Clio is generally is roughly where we'd be. As long as you can make sure that the next corner you can do flat out. So you might have to sacrifice this section here to make sure you can get on the power and do the next section flat as it's downhill onto a straight that's 100, 200 meters kind of thing. So it's very important to make sure that we get a good run onto the next section of the track.
So the fact that we need to keep the car flat out through the right-hander dictates how far we can let it push out through this previous left-hander.
Exactly. So in some cars, you might need to short shift just a little bit, but it's just to sacrifice the exit of this corner, not go too wide. Obviously, if you can go wide and you can still keep it flat around the next section, then great. You've managed to get the advantage on both sections of the track. But the next bit I think is quite important because it also goes into an overtaking zone as well. So when we're racing, we'll set ourselves up to try and get the run through the next section for the bigger braking zone into the corner that's a few hundred meters away. So we've come around the corner now. Obviously, we're overtaking, so we've stayed really far over to the left-hand side. We've got the acceleration because of the power-to-weight ratio compared to the Clio. Obviously, be careful not to chop straight back in front of the other car.
Yeah. And we'd normally be making an apex on the inside of the curb on the right.
Exactly. And then you're going to be looking towards the outside of the track here, obviously making sure that you're not going to run off the track. There is a very skinny curb that appears just here. So we'll get close to it. Generally, we don't use it. So flat out, down the left-hand side. In fact, you can see the hand direction pointing to where we want to go. So we want to be aiming, following the white line, basically down the left-hand side.
And what's coming up next? Is it
of the corner? So
corner or what?
We've got a little kink,
right,
which is flat, straight into a braking zone.
Okay, so again, we've got to be careful with the steering angle before we get on the brakes.
So we want to stay nice and far over to the left to basically minimise the kink. So we're going down the straight, and that's the shallow kink. So normally we get in a straight line, and then we brake at the GT3. In fact, you can see there's a dark patch here, dark patch there, and a dark patch there.
Yeah.
That's where, obviously, there's a little bit of cresting in the tarmac, and that's where rubber's being laid down. So just be aware that it's not the smoothest of braking zones, but if you come in tight, then more than likely you'll end up bowing around, and then you'll have to come back to the outside of the corner.
Yeah, so it's really important to try and get the platform of the car as flat as possible here before we do get on the brakes. Could it be that in some cars you're having to brake while you're still in the corner, or is it generally that you can go through the corner first before you brake?
I think so. So depending, on some cars with a lot of power that are quite light, you might have to just be a little bit careful, that you might have to just ease out the power and then ease onto the brake a little bit rather than stamping on it, because again, stamping on it is very efficient when you're all four wheels perfectly in a straight line. But if you've got any bits of load in the car or a bit of steering input, that's when you can get a big movement, which, of course, if you have a big movement, then you'll continue to brake longer until it settles down, until you're confident that the car's going to be nice and stable again. So we're braking all the way down pretty much this white line. We'll make our way back slowly, just a little bit towards the end. You can see how this white line here is getting closer to us.
And what gears is this next left?
So we do it in second gear, and then we go straight up to third. So we sort of short shift from second to third. So in the middle of this corner, there's a bump. So again, it's actually a blind entry, and it's quite a solid concrete wall that is there on the outside. Obviously, no one wants to touch that. So just be aware, we're looking as far around the corner as possible.
Actually, we're beginning to turn in from the looks of the video reasonably late. The inside curve starts quite a long time before, and it seems like we're actually not diving straight down to the curve on the inside.
Correct. So, of course, ignore the speed limit sign. We're not paying any attention to them. But yeah, so going back, the curve on the inside starts very soon, and it's quite a late turning. So this means that there is a bump in the middle of this corner. In fact, you can see that he's just had to straighten his hands up.
Yeah.
And then he'll go back in. So there is a bump there, which you have to, well, you can't go around it. You have to go through it, kind of thing. So you will have to straighten the car up. And then you want to be powering using the maximum width of the track all the way to the outside. There's a change of tarmac. Just be aware. Your car may react to it. And then we want to try and make our way back over to the left-hand side to then open up the corner, which is uphill as well. So this is actually the lowest part of the track. So again, it's quite a lot of tree cover going into the next section, so it can become very tricky, especially if it's in mixed conditions. We want to avoid the curb, even the soft curb on the outside here, because the last thing you want to do is upset the car.
And this following left, it's flat out, it's easy flat.
So
really a corner.
this bit is flat. We're flat, and then we're a little dab on the brakes.
Okay, so
just to check up the car and just get the nose in.
Okay.
We leave it in third gear, and obviously we're fortunate enough we've got 600 horsepower, so we just sort of let it grind up the hill on the next section. Second gear is too much movement in the car, too much pitch. We'll over slow it when there's no need to. So we just keep that little bit of momentum. And because it is uphill and it's a little bit cambered in, there's actually quite a bit of grip here. But do be aware that on this next section, again, you see people getting on the power maybe a bit too early, or they get on the curb on the outside, and sadly they end up going in that direction.
Yeah.
So, of course, up the hill, just be aware that you're having quite a change in weight transfer, and there's also compression, and then it is going to go light at some point as well.
Does it feel like you're running out of track as you come out of here?
It starts to, and this is where I think people panic. They add more steering, then they have a lift, and because it is uphill, suddenly the front pitches, and then it just grips, and that's what ends up sending them over to the right-hand side. So we're just about to go through full speed, going into Brightshire, over the bridge, and then up towards the Niki Lauda King. Keep to the left, brake in a straight line on the right-hand side, open the steering, straighten up the wheel over the little bump there, close to the curb, flat, little soft brake, get it turned, on the power, and straighten up the wheel. Be careful of the curb on the exit.
Verges right on the edge to there using all the roads. And then we've got, it looks like a reasonably simple straight coming up as we're travelling along through here.
Exactly, so we've just come from the lowest part of the track, and now this is the huge uphill climb. So, or this is the start of the huge uphill climb. So this is actually the Niki Lauda King. So it's all uphill, so obviously it's very important to get the wheel straight out of the previous corner and to just allow the car to accelerate as best as possible. Obviously make it stretch every gear that you can, because it's all uphill, so every 100 revs is going to help. So we've made sure that we're all the way over to the right hand side, and this corner on a dry day, good day, is flat. In our GT3 cars, it's flat pretty much all the time.
What do you think about maybe in a track day or road car?
Again, depending on the car, in a smaller car, I think it'd be flat because it doesn't have the power. If you're in your faster BMW or Ferrari, then I think you might have to have an ease out and ease back onto the power.
Okay.
In fact, coming out of this corner, you don't use all of the track on the right-hand side. You sort of stay in the middle to the left. because in the braking zone here it's extremely bumpy, and you actually start to brake very early for this corner. Again, because of the nature of the track and the trees and everything and the wet conditions, extremely slippy on this corner, and you end up going all the way around the outside. But in the dry conditions, like it's shown on the video, we sort of remain in the middle, and don't be surprised if you feel ABS here. It's extremely bumpy. So like for our racing, we've got 2 Nordschleife maps for our ABS setting that just allows it to have a little bit more slip angle on the brakes and stuff, just to allow for sections like this where you have got lots of bumps and stuff, and so it just means that you don't have the ABS coming in straight away. It just allows a little bit of a slip, and then it'll come in and obviously save you as a bit of a net. But
so for those drivers in a Caterham or a Radical, for example, something that doesn't have ABS, they just need to be a bit more careful.
Yeah, very wary. Obviously, we've come from a very fast section. In fact, we're in 5th gear in the Radical, and then we're going to be braking down, probably down to 3rd gear.
Why are we in the middle of the track? Is that to avoid the bumps, or is it just to give yourself a bit of extra room because you don't need to be?
It's because you don't need to be on the outside, and it's more important to get yourself set up for this corner. I think, again, you can see right on the outside here, it's pale tarmac, and I think it's just because it's not used, so it's very dusty and dirty. So everyone tends to be on the tarmac that's used a lot more often, and generally it's just cleaner tarmac and there's more grip there. But it's more for the setup of the next corner.
Right.
The next corner, again, is one of them that you don't have to get back to the apex. On this video, in fact, if we go back a little bit, don't know if we'll pick it up, but here we go. There's the guy waving the flag. So this is on a tourist day, so there's been an incident here. So, of course, we have to be aware that you don't know if the incident's going to be on the straight, around the corner, or further up. On tourist days, there aren't as many marshals as there are on race days or race events, just because generally a lot of marshals are volunteers, and they come in and they enjoy the racing and they want to be a part of it, and they get basically a trackside ticket to come and watch it, and obviously doing a bit of work whilst being there. Going into here, obviously we've got traffic, so we're having to slow down, and now you'd be normally full on the power. You've got the car rotated. In fact, let's go back a little bit. Start off on the outside, and it's a very late apex, so it's actually better to carry the speed and then sort of slingshot yourself up the track. If you try and keep it tight all the way around, then you've got more steering and it's uphill, so it's not going to be as free going up the hill either.
So the line there wasn't too far off it?
No, the line is actually very similar. I end up staying very close to this curb on the outside, and then I'm using minimal amount of steering to accelerate as best as I can all the way up this hill.
So we've got a reasonably long straight that we're going along now.
Yeah, so now we start to speed it up. They're indicated. Of course, on the tourist days, pull over to the right if there's faster cars behind you, because they're only allowed to overtake on the left. So if you're hugging the left, you're going to end up with some very angry drivers behind you. So flat out up here, and at this section, this is where we just need to be a little cautious. So obviously it's a big uphill climb, and normally you're probably 1/3 the way around the inside all the way up until this point. Now this is a kink called Kesselken, and this can be pretty painful if you get it wrong. Obviously, like most race cars at this point, we're now in 5th gear, and it is flat for us.
Right. Okay.
Some road cars won't be flat through here because they won't have the wings or the downforce or the tyres. So just be aware, obviously, in our Radical, we're flat out, and probably the Clio will be flat out as well, because it hasn't got the power to propel it up.
But if you're in BM or something a bit quicker, then
just be aware.
It'll be difficult,
So at this point we're looking as far around the corner as possible. We're wanting to make sure that we're as far over to the right hand side as possible as well, just to maximise the width of the corner.
Yeah.
Just allow that little bit less steering if we can get away with it.
And I guess all the steering inputs here are super, super smooth, so we
Exactly,
can
yeah.
stabilise
If you're going to lift here, it's not a sudden lift,
Yeah.
because this will pitch the car. It's very soft off and maybe soft back on
Yeah.
kind of thing, and very little steering movement as well. So flat out through here, stay with the curb, and again you can see where the track is darker than the rest of the track, and this is roughly where we're going to be. Obviously we're going to be overtaking, I believe, now. Normally we run all the way, there is a curb here, so I'll end up running alongside it.
Right.
Ideally try not to use it just because it's such high speed and there's less chance of error. There is no need to use it. We're flat out, we sort of end up hovering roughly in the middle of the track, so we're pretty much at the halfway point now,
Right.
around the lap. And so we've got this great uphill climb, and it's going to be curving around to the right hand side now, so we'll remain to the left just to open up the steering, basically not have any steering input. So we're at the 12 kilometre mark.
Really super fine movements on the steering
Exactly,
wheel there.
very minimal.
And
Right.
all of this is flat.
All of this is flat, so we're flat all the way up to this point, and then here, depending on your car, depends on whether this corner's flat or not. Like,
Okay.
we're approaching this at about 240 kilometres an hour. That's maybe 130 mile an hour kind of thing, and obviously it's pretty full tilt. We've got huge wings. If you haven't got the wings, then more than likely at this point you're going to start having a bit of movement in
Yeah.
your car, so you've got to be obviously very wary.
So this section in a road car, a quick road car, would be really tricky because you've got a couple of corners that are really quick, but also
Yeah.
they're not flat out, so you're going to struggle. They're right on the limit. So all your inputs and your vision needs to be super far forwards. Your inputs in the pedals and in the steering wheel need to be really
Very predictable, basically. You've got to give the car notice, so it gives you notice of what its movements are going to be. So this is a sort of shallow S, but on the camber a little bit, so this is good, and then it flattens. We've got a little bit of camber for this section here, but I am looking as far ahead as possible over here because this is going to be a braking zone for our next section of the track. So
The previous right-hander, Adam, is more it's not known if it's flat out or not, but the next left. What if
you
you've
can
got
probably
the
do this flat, but then it might upset your next left, and
Okay.
then of course because you're going at such speed, and then you've got to brake. If you've got a load of load in the car,
Yeah.
things are going to get very tricky very fast.
Yeah.
So this is why it's better to be a little cautious here. Make sure you've got a nice settled car for this section. Small hand movements. Go towards the edge of the track. Do not use the extra tarmac because, again, at such speeds, it's probably going to be a different grip surface,
Yeah.
and it's on your loaded side of the car. Like, this is the side of the car which is now loaded because we've been turning left for the last previous corner, and we're going to be turning left for the next corner.
Yeah.
So, of course, if you use the extra concrete here, it could be a good chance that it might be damp still, or it's just going to be a different grip level.
Yeah.
So we're running it down the white line, a little brake.
And again, a gentle brake, not
yeah.
a stamp on the.
Yeah,
on
a
the
gentle
brakes.
brake because this is a very fast corner. You may have to go down one gear. We remain in fifth gear
Yeah.
for here. We end up with just a slight, or we end up with probably a 50-60% lift, and then we're back on it. In the older cars, we had to go down a gear, and so more than likely, I think you'll be going down a gear for the next uphill climb.
We're making that apex, the inside of the curb, there, towards the end of the curb.
Yes, exactly. So again, you can see the dark lines on the track where the majority of people have been driving.
Yeah.
So the apex is towards the end of the curbs, and then you'll be releasing the steering wheel and starting to open up, but not just yet. You almost have to go past this fence section here first
Yeah.
before you start to open up the steering wheel, because the track continues to come back towards you anyway,
Yeah. I can
automatically.
see, yeah.
Again, I wouldn't advise using this bit of the curb. If you do, then you might be pushing your luck a little bit too much.
Right.
And of course, with it all being loaded, let's say there is a sharp bit of curb or something and you're at full tilt and it's better to stay off it.
It's not necessary to use
We don't use them in the GT3 cars, so I don't believe there's any reason for anyone else to have to use them either. So we'll stay to the right-hand side because the next section is a shallow left going into a right-hander.
Okay, a tight right-hander that we need to decelerate.
It's not a super tight right-hander. It's just one of them that you might have to have a little check up on the brakes and then continue to go round. So we're using maximum width of the track. Now he's positioned himself that now he can just go straight towards the outside. He's not having to turn, like, even though this is a kink here, he's not having to turn through the kink. He's positioned himself so that he's just in a perfect straight line.
So you need to turn in late enough to this left-hander so you can get the turning done, get the car straight, and then get on the brakes before the right-hander.
Exactly. So we go over the little brow here. You may need a little brake just around now, so it's not a change of timer, but in fact you can see there's a line here and a line there, just where obviously people have braked and a few little bumps.
Yeah.
So just be aware. So he's had a little check up on the brake and then he's turned in. It's a very fast corner, but you will more than likely have to have a little check up on the brakes.
We're making the apex somewhere around that?
So pretty much around the 13-kilometre board.
Yeah.
And then again, as soon as you're at this point, you're looking at how you can maximise and make the corner as efficient as possible. So using all the track, here you have to be aware. I don't know if you can see, but there is no curb there. It is track or grass.
Yeah.
And so, of course, if you end up on the grass, this next section, we're going from 5th gear, maybe 6th gear in the race cars, down to 2nd gear. And if you've got a wheel on the grass, it's not going to be pretty. So this is the corner, one corner before the carousel. So we're Stahlstrecke. I'll let you have a go at pronouncing that.
Hey, you're the one who's been the laps.
It's the corner before the carousel. So, again, another very bumpy section of the track.
And a big braking zone.
Huge braking zone. So, just be aware, braking here is very bumpy.
And are you using any references? I can see there's a few things on the fence over there. They're a bit far away, but are you using anything? Are you using a bump, or are you just looking that far
normally...
around?
There's a slight brow as well, so you can sort of notice just as you come over the brow. In fact, you can see that dark patch in the centre of the screen.
Yeah.
That seems to be where people have started to brake, and then it goes very dark from everyone braking. I tend to come in at a slightly different angle, again, because I'm in a bigger, heavier car.
Yeah.
It's slightly different to the Radical, but I'm coming in more of an angle from probably this direction. So I've just opened up.
Yeah.
The slight bow in the track, which is here, just so that I can remain braking in a straight line. So I start off braking in the middle of the track, maybe it's only probably half a car width, maybe a metre.
Yeah, but it just makes that difference to open up.
It makes a difference, especially when you're in a big, heavy lump kinds of. The GT cars are a lot heavier than this. Don't stay with the curb all the way to the end. You sort of straight line braking zone from here to the first apex. I V-shape this corner. So I sort of aim for the barriers that are at the top of the screen now.
Right, okay, so you can see all the way down there, you're looking a long way ahead.
So I tend to brake into the first bit. I come out more in the middle.
Yeah.
And then I always try and come back for my final apex. Obviously, the Radical's got that much air and grip. They're able just to barrel speed in, and they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. So you go out a bit more and then hook the car back. So you can carry a bit more speed in, but then have slowly.
So I must brake later, go deeper into the corner, get it stopped on the spot, straighten up the wheel once I've got it rotated, and then 600 horsepower down to the ground, and off we go.
Okay.
So now we're heading up to probably the most famous corner, or one of the most famous corners in all of the racing world. So as we're approaching it, we've used and maximised all the track on the outside. Got the curbs here. When we're racing, actually, where that car is just there, it's quite a hump. So when we get to that hump, we tend to actually go around it, and then we end up going over just because it's just more shallow. So we don't get any wheel spin, or you you don't get a spike in the revs. Radical's got the downforce, so he just goes flat straight over it. Very stiff car. It's not a problem. So we're coming up to the carousel now. Again, straight lining all of this section. As the track goes from left to right, you just straight line the whole thing. There's no need to put any additional energy into the car.
As long as you end up in the right position to be on the brakes. That's all we're aiming for and looking for when we're coming out the previous corner.
Exactly. So now we're braking for the carousel. So obviously there's a car in front, so we've had to be a little cautious. But I tend to, in fact, this is very good, I tend to start up high and then I drop into it.
So, sorry, can you just go back just a little bit? Because we've got some good references here in terms of where it's concrete on the inside, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So it's a good reference for seeing where Michael crosses over. He's kind of got his left wheel on the corner of the concrete there. Is that a typical line as you're kind of trying to kind of straight line coming in?
So I normally come in and then in our cars, the big GTs, of course, we've got big suspension. We're higher off the ground than the Radical. And I tend to aim straight into like the bottom of the carousel.
And he's still braking coming into there?
I'm still braking going in. And it's only almost as I start to come up, then I'm able to release off the brake. So I use that little bit of up to help continue to slow the car down.
Right, okay.
The Radical obviously is a different beast. And in fact, let's play this at full speed. Looks like Anthony's about to get excited. In fact, because the Radical is so close to the ground, they've chose to go around it. So for them, it must bottom out far too much.
Is it built in sections, in flat sections? So it's like one, two, or is it a completely smooth like you'd be able to do with asphalt?
It's very bumpy. So as you can see, as we reverse around, if you look at the section there, they're concrete squares all the way around, and you feel it on the wheel. You can feel the wheel and all the power steering going through the car, kind of thing, having to work on it. And you can see it's just concrete slabs, and they've been obviously shaped and smoothened as much as possible. But it does feel like you're driving through like a hexagon-shaped corner almost.
So the question is, if a driver's new to Nurburgring and we've got the carousel that's bumpy, it's a completely different surface, and with that much camber in terms of it feels completely different dynamically, would you recommend that they just go straight into there and go with it, or just loop around?
So if you're new, then I recommend that you could just start off through this section here and then you just follow it all the way through.
Yeah.
And obviously have a little play with the power. If you get on the power too much and the car starts to creep up, then obviously just reduce it a little bit. But you've got to adjust your steering and your throttle appropriately for going around the corner and remaining in the carousel.
So in terms of coming into the carousel, because it's obviously a different surface, but it's then got lots of camber, is it quicker to use the carousel? I feel that the concrete would have lower grip than the asphalt, but you have got that massive camber.
Yeah, so definitely quicker to use it. The Radical has had to go around the outside because of its ride height, and it will probably bottom out or damage the splitter because of the design of the car. But for road cars and race cars, we always find it faster to go through the carousel and use the compression and the camber. Even if there's, like during races, if there's a Clio in front of us and one of the GT3s decides to follow, if we try and go around the outside, around here, we'll come back out of the carousel directly behind the GT3 car. And it's just because it just doesn't have as much grip, because you're sliding across the surface rather than being pushed into it around the corner.
Okay.
Aye, Captain. As we go around the carousel normally, you'll try and see what you can get away. You'll try and get on the power a little bit. And there's two different opinions. Like, I end up putting my inside wheel sort of in between the two tarmacs. Some people are like, right, you've got to be all the way down, and other people believe you've got to be all the way on the concrete. But I think it really depends on the car and also how you've approached the corner in the first place.
And at this point, we're just looking as far around the corner, like where the white
pretty much where the BMW is where we're looking. So normally as you're coming out of it, so obviously let's pretend we were a metre further down in the carousel.
Yeah.
At this point, we're looking at where it's starting to smooth out, and you can see that the camber starts to reduce and it goes flat. At that point, you're trying to get on the power to see whether you can slingshot yourself out of the corner.
Right. And is that transition smooth, or does it end quite abruptly?
It does end quite abruptly, and it can upset the car. Like some cars, the traction control will come in and it'll obviously then just kill your power completely. So just be aware. The thing is, if it's your first time around the track, I'd recommend leaving all your ABS and traction control on, just because it's better to have that little bit of interaction and to help save you than not to make it to the finish line. So I know I keep on repeating myself with that, but the thing is, it's important because, well, here, if you damage the barrier, you have to pay for it, and it's not cheap either. So you're going to end up with 2 bills, one for your car and getting it towed, and 2 for the barrier as well. So
and it's not like, it's different at Silverstone or the FIA tracks now. We can make a mistake, run wide, and it's no big issue.
Exactly.
You make one little mistake here, and that's
it. It's generally, you're not driving home if you make an error here. So back onto the circuit. If you've come from the carousel, this little kink is even less of a kink, because rather than coming from this angle, you've come directly straight across, and so you don't really class this as a corner.
Okay, so we're flat in most
places. We're flat through here. Use all of the track on the outside, like where we're going now.
We'd stay over here.
Yeah, stay over here.
Yeah.
Stay all the way over to the left-hand side, because as you can see where the white car is now, there's a little kink. So if the black BMW wasn't right next to us, we would be straight lining this straight up.
So again, it's one of those corners where we're just trying to get the car in a straight line before we then get on the brakes.
Exactly. In fact, most cars at this point, you might not have to brake at all.
Right. Okay.
It'll just be a lift, and because of the climb, it'll slow the car down if it will sufficiently enough for the corner anyway. Obviously, if we've come from there, we've just got a bit of load and a small chance of weight transfer from side to side. So you can see we've had to give it a little bit of a wide berth due to the BMW that we just overtook. So it's a little lift, and again, we're looking as far around this corner as possible. There's a little curb on the outside, but I wouldn't recommend using it. Normally, if you've got to that curb, you've made quite a mistake, and in fact, it's not a curb, it's Astro.
Yeah.
So if you're on that, then generally you're going to start twitching a bit, because the corner continues.
Round,
so of course, if you do touch the grass, more than likely it's going to pull you off the track.
Yeah.
And as the track continues to tighten, you're going to get closer and closer to the barrier. So as we approach, we're now heading towards the highest point of the circuit, Hoat. And so here we normally go brake at the start of the curb, down 1 gear, and I find it easier to come off the brake a little bit early and turn in a little bit early.
Right.
If you try and do a late turn in, I always find that I struggle to get back to the corner, and then it hurts my following corner.
Right, okay.
So I brake, into the brakes, and then I try and stay with the curb and maximum into the middle of the track, which is
reasonably late on the curbing there at the apex. I just saw it's probably 3/4 of the way along.
Like, we've got the camber, which helps us, and obviously it's quite steep. But I think this next section is more important, because we've got the braking zone as soon as we get over the brow.
Yeah.
So I'm looking roughly where the car is. That's where I want my tyre marks. I don't want to be using the curb either on the entry. Every now and again, I've used it on the exit, but you do get quite a lot of weight transfer as you come back off it. So we're looking as far ahead up here as possible.
Quite difficult there, because it is coming back over a bit of a crest, so it's difficult to see where the exit point is.
So we're just getting to the very peak of the track, and just as we get to here, you can see the dark marks appearing where we're now in our braking zone. We'll stay with the curb for a short period.
And what gear are we in now, Adam?
So we'd end up doing this we'd approach the first part in 5th, then go down to 4th. We'd approach it in 4th. So at this section of the track, we're in 4th gear, down to 3rd, leave it in 3rd gear through here, and it's screaming at the top of its limiter in third, and then normally we brake down to second.
Oh, right, okay.
We get it turned, so this is the highest point of the track. Normally we get closer to the curb, but we're sizing up the car in front for an overtaking manoeuvre.
He's also got a car in front of him.
He's got a car in front of him, so this is normal stuff that you see at the Nurburgring.
Yeah.
You'll see it a lot. There's always going to be traffic at certain points where there'll be a handful of cars.
Yeah, pockets.
So, exactly, people are hesitant just because obviously they don't want to cause any contact or anything. So you'll get you'll get a pocket of cars. So you just have to be a little bit patient, and then hopefully we'll be able to squeeze past before the next corner. It doesn't look like it. So, in fact, what we shall do is let's go and just do the last section flat out. Just come out of the carousel, flat out on the left hand side. Giving this car a little bit of a gap. Would normally have to have a lift there. Radical's got the downforce, down a gear, get it turned in. On the power, keep to the left, brake. A little bit of traffic, so we have to be a bit hesitant. Then braking into this one. So let's zoom back. So, can't quite see it on this video, but at this point we're on a crest where that.
Yeah.
In fact, you can see the white car going up and down.
And are we on the right line at this point?
We're on the right line. Normally we'd go straight like the white car has. We just had to obviously keep to the left a little bit. And we're opening up. Want to be over here on the left hand side. And we're setting ourselves up to make this corner as wide as possible. So this is probably where we'll be able to see the nimbleness of the Radical compared to the I think it's the BMW 235. So we've gone in slightly higher. The BMW is the normal actual racing line.
Right.
We're just obviously taking our time trying to, I suppose, make him realise that we're in his mirrors by being one side or the other. And this section, so we've had to have a break. Had a little break here, we've released the brake. We've had to have another little break here.
Okay. But they're not huge deceleration zones.
No, it's just like, it's almost continuously slowing down every like 20-30 metres through this section. So close to the curb, we come away from it just a little bit, and we come back, and then this is Vipperman. So generally I wouldn't recommend using the curb on the left.
No.
Because you can see how it just causes a little bit of activeness in the steering wheel.
Yeah, I don't think at this point, but Michael's on the limit, so
he's not on the limit. This is why he's used it, because you can see that he's always half a car over, just trying to get the BMW to probably notice that he's behind.
Yeah.
So it's quite easy to suddenly put on your blinds and realise that there can be faster cars around.
Yeah.
So this is Vipperman. So normally this is a curb that I use all the time. For me, it feels like the more this curb you use, the softer it is.
Okay.
So I would have probably gone out a fraction earlier and literally just straight lined, and you've got to take a little bit of steering out, just to settle the car, and then obviously once you land, then you can continue.
And this is a strong acceleration zone. We're coming out the previous corner, we're propelling ourselves down what looks to be a relatively short straight.
Exactly, so you can see the car in front, obviously the extra weight, it's moving around a lot more. We've landed off the previous curb, stayed next to the curb on the left, and the BMW is having none of it.
This is obviously not the typical line that you would take through it. You'd be out there where the BMW is.
This is just Michael just trying to get the BMW to even recognise that he's there. It seems that he's not paying attention to his mirrors, which, again, like I said, this can get to the point which can get a lot of drivers angry when they, basically by not abiding to the regulations of being on the track.
Yeah, not being fair, really. So we're coming up over a slight crest here with this right-hander. Medium speed, third or fourth gear?
Medium speed corner, third gear. Obviously we've got a slight uphill, and then in a second it's going to drop down. So have to be very aware. We've got a blind exit here. So up until you get to the curb, you can't see it. So the curb here.
Can we use this curb?
We can, but it's sort of advised not to. Literally, you'll just use it just to know that it's there.
Yeah.
And then generally you're at the top end of your rev range. Looks like the BMW is blocking again. Still hasn't made
very interesting. So sorry, just to wind back a little bit, the line here is where the BMW is, or should we be further over to the left?
So we've just opened it just a little bit. It's downhill, so be aware that when you brake here, more than likely the rear is going to move.
Yeah.
So it's actually better to brake a little bit earlier, just to have that little bit of leeway, just so that it doesn't have a slap on us.
Yeah.
It's not a sudden hard hit. It's, again, you sort of ramp up the brake a little bit, and then get off the brake. May have to go down a gear. Generally, it's the third gear corner.
Okay.
So you might have had to have changed it to fourth at this point and then gone back down to third. So it looks like they've remained on the brake. I've just decided to go on the inside, and we'll sort of come out just a little bit. In fact, you can see how dirty it is right on the inside there.
Yeah.
Just from where people haven't used it.
And we're not coming all the way to the outside of the track.
No.
We're somewhere in the middle, because if we go too far out...
If you go too far out, you don't come back, because it seems the track drops off right on the edge.
Okay.
So we're now setting ourselves up for Brunchen, which is where all of the spectators stand. So all the spectators here during the 24 hours, in fact, during the 24 hours, they're all across here as well. And it's quite amazing how much they're lighting up the track.
Yeah.
Like, they've got the bonfires going, the barbecues going, they've got Christmas tree lights everywhere, floodlights. It's brilliant. So this is during the 24 hours. Obviously on this track day, it's quieter, but it's quite amazing how many people you still see on the track. So we've come back from the previous corner, and we want to be braking in a straight line here, basically.
And is it a big braking zone? Are we going down a few gears, or...?
We're not going down gears, but suddenly in a second the track drops off.
Right.
So if you're still braking as it drops off, just as you go to turn, then you're going to lose the rear. So this is why you brake early here, release the brake, get yourself set so that the car's in a nice sort of stand going through the next corner.
Okay.
So we're on the brakes, and we're starting to ease off, we're starting to turn in, and now we can start to power on, and it is possible to use the curb here. It's a very flat curb.
First one?
In fact,
first flat curb?
Yeah. You can also use, this is like a concrete...
tracing.
Yeah, exactly. So
you can just see it in this section. It's in this crash brake. I can't see it of the old evidence.
Again, be aware if it's wet or damp, then that's going to be super slippy.
Yeah.
In our race cars, if the pads are worn, it creates a bit of knockoff, which means just from the vibrations of everything, sometimes the pedal's a bit longer going into the next corner. So I always just give it a little dab of the brakes just before the next braking zone, but obviously make sure we're back on the track before we brake for the next corner. You want to make sure that you've got all four wheels on the same tarmac, so that you get a nice even braking going into this car. So we'll stay with the curb actually for quite a long period of time, and you can see the dark marks from where everyone's tyres are. So again, continue.
So we're braking into this section.
Yeah.
And is that extra curb on the left, previous exit curb, the curb on the left, is that in a reasonable position to use as a reference, or is it way off?
So you can use it as a reference. Like, we approach this in third gear, and we remain in third gear for this section. In fact, pretty much almost the previous kilometre we stay in third gear throughout the whole section. We're just accelerating and braking within that gear ratio. Staying quite wide, and this is a corner again, another one where there's plenty of spectators all across the top.
Where should we be looking at this place? It looks like a really long corner.
It is quite a long corner, and it goes up a bit and then it sort of drops off. So this is where get nice and close to the curb, but we try not to use it. And then the curb on the outside is generally a little bit hard to see. So be aware that there's a brick curb, and then a normal angled curb, and then a more aggressive brick curb, and then obviously through this section there's gravel or sand. So you can use the brick curb here, but just be aware you'll hear the tyre going over it and it'll sound like a rumble strip. But make sure you've got all the load out of the car. The mistake that people make is they've still got load in the car. They have a bit of a panic because of the noise. It's quite a shocking sound when you first hear it. They have a bit of a panic, and of course I've seen the odd incident where they've ended up going over in this direction.
I think with the crest, as you're going on the exit as well, it just tricks people into coming out too wide too early, then lifting up and go over the crest, and it takes and goes into the back.
It's a corner that, because the first bit, and it looks like quite a big corner, it feels like it tightens up a little bit, but people get on the power too early. And then instead of ending up in this trajectory, they've ended up in this. And of course, as you get further in the corner, then suddenly you find that your line is going off the track.
So the next section, what are we heading towards? Is it medium speed?
So it's another medium speed corner. Again, we just remain in third gear.
Right, okay.
So we make our way over to the right-hand side. We reach roughly the end of our rev range, and then we end up braking again. Braking points, as you've noticed, there isn't much around here. So you start to get a bit of an idea of roughly where you want to be. You can't use any of the shadows because they move so much. But by looking at your curb and your exit, gives you an idea of roughly what kind of speed you can carry.
And one thing I did want to ask, that it's for the whole circuit really, the paint that's on the track, does that change? Obviously, I doubt it changes within a race weekend, but would it change moment by moment? Or if I saw a Mercedes badge on the track, if that's there, will it be there for a while? Do they clean the track?
So they sometimes clean the track, but generally, like at the Nurburgring for the 24 hours is probably where there's the biggest change. Like from practice day to the race day, it's probably where we see the biggest noticeable change. Like people get onto the circuit during the night, put their logos or their name and love hearts and all sorts on there, and in fact it's quite amazing. Like you drive out during the warm-up lap and you can see where people have just driven over it, and it's obviously spread the paint like further down. Like some of it's still not dry.
So we're saying we should use those as references.
Yes, exactly. So they'll change, well, probably week by week. I'm sure there's always someone that's on there doing a bit of art. And if they go there, they try and, I suppose, put their mark on the Nurburgring because it's such a historic and well-known place.
So going into this, another medium speed left-hander, we've got our vision a long way forward, so it looks like another long flowing corner. Bringing that still into the apex of the jet.
So we're getting the car turned, we're now actually going uphill a little bit. We're trying to look around. This corner continues to go, even though it's a short corner, it feels, see the speed it's going for quite a while. Right, so we're aiming, so this is about to go straight, so we're aiming to go like that. And then it's going to kink to the right in a second.
So are we flat from the exit of this left through the right hand?
So from roughly this point we're flat.
Right, okay, so the exit through the left is important.
Just be aware, depending on your car and how you've got it loaded up, it might just ease out a little bit, but if it's done correctly, it is flat. You can use the curb, or we do in the GT3 car, you can just go across the top of it, but you don't have to use it. It's one of them things I don't believe it really gains you any time by using it.
Right.
So this section of the track, again, another super fun part of the track, remaining in the middle of the circuit to start off with, and the track's going to move and we're going to straight line the next section of corners.
Right, okay. So again, the vision is really important, just to set your power up at the beginning of it and run straight through, even though the circuit's flowing.
Exactly, so got a crest. Of course, if you're new here, you're going to end up easing out. It's better to be safe. And then as you know, start to learn the track, obviously just open it up. So if we're in the middle, like we are now, or a little bit further, so we're coming at a slightly different angle, then it just means that this next section of twists and turns is even easier. So we've opened up the steering a little bit, gone into the middle. Yeah, now it's about to tighten up.
And you can actually see quite a lot.
And you can actually see a lot of it. So here we are heading towards Flansgarden 1. Again, this is the section where we want to be as straight as possible and just watch the track go from side to side as we're flat out through this section.
And you think it'll be flat out in most road cars as well?
Yes, obviously on your first or second lap, take your time. But once you're going and once you learn where to position the car, then more than likely it should be flat. So this is Flansgarden 1. So we'll have a little bit, basically this is where we get a little bit of air. So the track goes straight and then it drops. Of course, during that section we just take off a little bit and then we land.
And then you're still flat out on the acceleration then?
No, so normally in this section we'll have a little soft brake.
Right.
We'll take off,
right,
as you can see, and then we'll brake again.
Right, okay.
So the reason is you don't remain braking whilst going over that is because ABS will come in and it'll feel really horrible. Yeah. So you have a little brake, ease off and then brake again, just whilst the car is loaded. It's important to keep ourselves to the left-hand side, but do never touch the curb. If you touch the curb during takeoff, then more than likely you can send the car going over on like one wheel, going like just be careful. You want to be the car, you want to have the car as predictable as possible. So over the jump, brake, down, and now we're looking at our apex here. So we've probably gone down again.
Yeah.
Either before the jump or after the jump we'll go down again. And then this is quite fun, and again another full section, the whole track's fun. So we're looking at our exit over here.
Right.
So we're going all the way around.
And the apex point somewhere around the border on the inside. Obviously the driver should focus on that, but if it flashes by in their peripheral, at least burns and then
exactly. So
in the right position.
You're aiming to get nice and close to the curb here. Okay. Towards, and then you're going to allow the car to wash out into the middle. And then you'll come back for the second apex here.
Right, okay. So actually quite a long way along the curb on the inside, so you're just coming way towards the end of the curb.
So you pretty much get to the end of the curb. Now this part, like when I first came in, I was braking for this section just because I couldn't remember this far around the track.
Right. So
I'd end up braking, going down 2 gears, and then getting to a section and realise down 2 gears. Okay, it's almost flat where it is flat kind of.
Right.
So just be aware. This is where you'll get quite a variety of cars or drivers with different experiences.
And it's just because you can't see.
It's just because you can't see and survival instinct kicks in. So you end up just slowing it down.
So it's come off that previous corner, position the car somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, don't turn in too early. If you turn in too early, you'll hit the curb and it'll sort of move the car to the outside.
Okay, so would your advice be come off the previous corner, put the car somewhere in the middle of the road, and then is it as you come over the brow you can actually hit the wheels itself and then you can make your steering?
Exactly, yeah. Well, it's a little bit of a blind turning, but of course if you are a little bit late but if you've taken a bit of power out, then it's safer to do it that way. And now you're looking, in fact you can see the shiny lines again from where everyone drives. Using all the track on the exit, you can see where they put the additional curb here.
Yeah.
And then this is Flansgarden 2, so this is the second point where you can have a bit of a chance of taking off. For whatever reason, try not to hit the curb on the inside. This will really sort of launch you over this part of the section.
And how much of the grip are we using here in terms of, is it easy to be flat through here or is it tricky?
So for, let's say the GT3 cars, we're flat through this section, right? But in your road car, more than likely you're not going to be. Just because you don't have the downforce to speed ratio. You've got the speed, but just without downforce. So just be careful, like you'll come over here and more than likely you'll end up in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah.
When you land, which part
is
normally about here. So of course we're doing it like naturally. It's not that you're taking off and landing, but the car will just go light and then it'll come back.
So I think in a road car or track day car, this is an area where you have to be super careful because all the loads going through the car changes and the grip that you have to.
Exactly. So it's better to have a slightly later turn in. Obviously, if you turn in early, then more than likely, if you turn in early, you're going to be going off in that direction.
Yeah.
Whereas really, you want to be going off in that direction.
You need to get the turn done earlier in the corner so that when the car compresses back down again, you're in as straight as line as possible.
Yeah.
Not still got steer.
Exactly. So like now, steering wheel's pretty straight. It's just still trying to get to the left a little bit.
Yeah.
Even in the radical.
Which I think radical from such a light car we've got to that. I'm surprised to see that area, so it's been quite a drop.
That's it. Like once you get it right, once you understand that part of the track, it's really like thrilling. Yeah, it's a great section of the track. And now we're coming up to the Bell-off Essex. Now again, this is another section of the track where you feel like straight lining everything, and the track just moves from side to side.
Right.
In fact, we keep a slight continuous turn going through here, but the track still goes from side to side.
So it's important in these quick areas again to keep your vision looking the right way ahead. So
yeah, head up, look where you want to get to. Look where you want to get to over here. And for us, it's possible to do a flat. Your road car, more than likely, you're going to have a little check-up brake. So zooming back, super fast section, Bell-off Essex, going through, got to the first curve. On the right, don't touch it. You go over a brow here.
Yeah.
Keep the car nice and straight. This left curve just naturally comes towards you.
And at this point, yourself, you're just looking towards the next curve, weren't they? Just so you can.
We're looking as far ahead as possible, and from this section now, we should try and be flat, or as flat as we can, through these next 2-3 curves.
And is it easy flat in the race car?
So in the GT3, we're able actually to do it flat from when we start accelerating after the flat garden point. So I'll show you in a few seconds when I reverse it back. And then nice and close to the curb, and then flat through here down this next straight. So if we proact behind traffic, so our lines are a little bit off, so we're trying to allow the BMW to be aware of behind it. Keep to left, go for the curb on the right. This is Ripperman. To left, okay. Just trying to get the BMW to see us. Let us pass just here, so great. Okay, he's now allowed to pass. So we'll come out just a little bit into the middle. Come back over. This is on the power, we can use the curb and the extra tarmac there. Get it turned. Some concrete here. Back over to the right hand side. Soft, firm brake. Get it rotated. Hard on the power now. Keep it flat, keep it flat, keep it flat. Might need a little check up here until you're confident enough to be able to go through that section. Brake before, over the jump, brake again, down again. Squeeze hard on the power, and in the GT3 we're now flat out for the whole of this next section. Road car, you might need a little check up here. You might need a little check up here. And then we're flat through this next section. There's a yellow flag on the side, so we've had to back it up because there'll be something on it. So we're now coming into the final few corners of the North Line. So we've just come out of the Bell-off Essex, and now flat out down the next straight. And generally, I prefer to be in the middle of the track here. Again, because I feel that the edge of the track, where it doesn't look as shiny, to the very inside, I think it's slippier there. And also, as we get deeper into the corner here, I feel that the tarmac drops off a little. Right. So it's very bumpy here. So you do have to be aware. I think, again, that just gives me a little bit of an extra margin. That if I do have a car that's a little bit upset, it just gives me the margin to remain on the circuit.
Yeah. So,
roughly in the middle, braking, down one gear. So, in fact, we're approaching here in 4th or 5th gear. So we're like full tilt at this point. So we brake fairly early. We don't want any major movement, so it's like it's just a firm brake, not a stamp on it. Yeah. Firm brake, down a gear, get to this point, start to squeeze on the power, and this will sort of compress the car. There's a slight bit of a camber that we can use here. We're on the power, on the power, on the power. Maximum the middle of the track. Get ourselves sat back up.
Yeah.
This next corner. We don't want to go too deep into the corner because if we're over here, we're going to make the next corner a lot tighter.
Yeah.
So you want to be maximum in the middle or a little bit further over to the right hand side. And again, this is quite a late apex, so it's actually a bit of a soft late turning.
Right. So focusing on the exit, or is it something after that we need to get a good exit?
Just because there's a little bit of a straight afterwards, and because the track sort of falls off, it's just better to have a straighter wheel and then on to the next section of the track. So you can't see the exit curve pretty much until you get to it again. So it's a late apex here. You get turned in. Obviously, you want to get as nice and close and to the curb just on the inside.
Yeah.
Got the Clio there, so obviously we'll have to adjust our line a little bit. It's a yellow flag. So,
but normally you'd be running to the curb on the inside.
We run up to the curb, then we'll use maybe this shiny section of the curb, like just to brush up it, and then we'll come straight off it because you don't want to be anywhere near the curb or on the curb into the mini carousel. So down here, full on the power. And now I'm just looking at where I want to go. I'm looking at that apex and turning.
Okay, what is this Gsport, medium speed?
So it's a fairly low speed, so sometimes we use second gear, so it's right at the top end of second gear. So we'll be braking parallel down the side of this curb.
Yeah.
Then braking pretty much all the way until we get into the carousel. So he's decided to go high and then come into it. Whereas I prefer, if I can be, I prefer to be wheels there and there and use the bottom part of the I just think that this is less camber on this section here. Goes all the way around.
And there's a split in the So
yes,
that's what I'm talking about.
So
the line just here, does that signify a difference in the camber?
Yes, exactly. So I prefer to have my outside wheels there.
Yeah. And obviously this seems like it's smoother than the first carousel because the radical's taking it, whereas it didn't take the other carousel. Is there a difference, or was it just even?
No, I think it is. It's a smaller carousel. It's not as banked as the previous one, and the other one's got bigger squares, and so it seems that each transition from one square to the other, I think, is a greater angle than here, whereas the squares are a bit smaller here. So it just means that it's still wrapped up into pieces, but not as long.
Yeah, okay. So it's slightly smoother ride than the radical takes.
And also, it's not as banked, which I think makes the difference as well, that you don't have as much of a compression.
Yeah.
So I accelerate pretty early, and every now and again I'll fall out of this mini carousel a little bit sooner. So but just be aware that it can make the car move a little bit. So of course, if it's wet, then we'll remain in it for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Because you don't have that additional grip of concrete.
And if you did pop out early, do you kind of come over the top banking and then the car moves because it doesn't have the camber?
If you do come out the top, then just ease out the power. If you jump out of the power, then you'll have a big weight transfer, so just roll out the power a little bit. Obviously, we've got a car being towed. Again, like you can see everything on the track. So there's anything from bikes that go around, cars, race cars with registrations on, and I've seen 1 or 2 buses going as well. So expect the unexpected. Usually you'd come out into the middle, full tilt, and then we'd be flat out through the next section. So on the power, Clio is allowed to pass.
So even though we're coming past this traffic, is this the position that we should be in?
Yeah, so we're on the correct part of the track, so flat out down here, stay parallel to the curb, and it might just be a lift, it might be a shallow brake depending on your car.
Right.
But it's a fairly firm turning, not a sharp one, just fairly firm, and you want to be looking at the top section of track all the way through here.
Right, okay, so we're looking past the apex towards the outside barrier.
Exactly. So once you're past the apex, you're on the power. You're going to be using the maximum width of this track. Like, we're really close to this white line.
Right.
Just be aware, once it tightens up again, you're going to want to get away from it just a little bit. So we're nice and close to the outside now. Perfect. And then we're going to start turning in, probably just before this gate. So we've got this big, massive gate here. So you want to be turning in just before that. Get your feet out of your power. Okay. You don't have to brake for this section. You know, try to carry as much speed as possible before we're off Gallon-Clough onto the dotting post. So we're now about to approach the big, massive 3.5 kilometre straight.
Right.
Nice and close to your curb here, don't hit it.
So is this a limiting factor? We're lifting a bit on the way, but once we come in towards the apex, are we back on the throttle? Or?
Yeah, so if you're able to get back on the throttle from now, then that's great. Obviously, looking at your exit, if we're understeering, then obviously you need to adjust your throttle or your steering input to reduce that. You don't want to be understeering towards the outside. So we're flat out now. We've got a little mini curb on the exit, not much of one. Literally, it's like a foot wide. Then we're flat out, and this is the final stretch home.
So when you're racing here, you then come down here and go back onto the GT3.
Yeah, so we're flat out, we get to here, and basically we'll say on the main straight, or Audi bridge, just to allow the team to give themselves like 40 seconds of preparation for if we've got to dive in the pits, or if there's an issue on the car. Like, this is a good point of the track for us to give feedback of car balance, tyre pressures, temperatures, water temperatures, basically anything we've got any issues that we're able to tell our engineer, and they've got about 30 seconds to make a decision whether we need to pit, if we've got a reason to pit, or continue.
Okay, and then obviously on the tourist days, it's a good opportunity for the track day drivers to check the temperatures, the mirrors, keep it over to the right if they need to let somebody past.
Exactly.
So on the tourist days, they come onto this straight, and then you have to stop, another 2 kilometres ahead, or?
So from this point, you may as well get to your bridge, because everyone seems to time from bridge to gantry. So this is the Audi gantry.
The gantry.
And the bridge is the Beilstein one that obviously we started at, so people generally time to here. And then at this point, I'd back out and allow your car to have that 1 kilometre of cooling everything down. Obviously, if you've got turbo cars, or if you've been hard on the brakes, all of these things are going to be super stinking hot. So we need to just allow time for these things to cool down. You've got to have some mechanical sympathy, because you've just given it between 8 and 10 minutes of hell around a racetrack.
Yeah.
So by giving it the sympathy, then it just means that you'll get more life out your brakes, out the turbos, and hopefully be better in between services.
Yeah. And if everything's smoking hot when you come back into the pits, the brakes are probably the biggest thing. That you could warp them or
warp them, or crack them, and same with turbos. Obviously, turbo, like, you can leave the engine running for a bit, but ideally, if you come in the pits, it's better. Like, I always leave our little car that doesn't have a turbo, I'll turn it off and I'll leave it in gear, and I'll have foot and handbrake down, just so that none of the brakes are on, because I don't want the pressure of the pads against the disc that might warp it. So we've just come out of the Stefan Beloff SS. We're going to go full speed now. So we'll keep it to the left, making our way into the middle of the track. Soft brake off, on the power now. Brake again, down a gear, get it in, late apex. Okay, we've had to be careful because there's a carousel. It's the carousel on the power now, obviously. For these cars to move. Power past the Clio. Brake alongside the curb on the left. These are now should be flat out all the way through here. Using the maximum width of the track onto the dotting line. So we're flat out now. This is the famous gantry that everyone stops their timing at. Flat out now for about 3.5 kilometres. So down here, when we race, we're flat out, like it's 4 or 5 lanes wide. So we sort of remain down lane 1 the majority of the time, just because that's the side of the track that we've come out on. And then as we're entering into the pits, you can see we're at the 20 kilometre mark. start to ease off and allow everything to cool down. So these two are having a good chat. Right, so just go back there.
They're saying, God, I wish
So
Driver 61 would make this into a second, guys.
So here, obviously, we've got a maximum speed of 130, but it's just about being sensible and about being careful.
Yeah.
So these boys are going to be coming in the pits now. There's our sign to say that it's possible to come in the pits. And I don't know if they're going for a second lap, which if they are, they can either continue straight on, which it looks like they are.
Here's the pit entry along here.
So here is the pit entry. So okay, it's like it's a tourist day. Maybe it's a bit of a semi-exclusive test day or a track day.
Yeah.
And someone's hired. Maybe
Why do you
that's
say
the
that?
gate.
Why would this be different if it was a tourist day?
So if it was a tourist day, normally there'd be cones all the way here,
Okay.
like all the way out, so that
But at that point, you have the choice to come in the pits or continue straight, where you've got to stop.
yeah, you continue straight, and then roughly at this point there'll be like a roadblock and another barrier.
Yeah, just to go into.
Yeah, so then you'll swipe your card and but this must be track day, so in fact give you a good idea of how long this straight is. So we've just come out of the Stefan Beloff SS. We're going to go full speed now. So keep it to the left, making our way into the middle of the track. Soft brake off, on the power now. Get in, late apex. Okay, we've had to be careful because there's a yellow flag, so we'll just stay behind the clear for now. Brake alongside the curb, send it into the carousel. It's the carousel on the power now, obviously. These cars to move. Power past the Clio. Brake alongside the curb on the left. It's off. Okay, the radical's pretty fast. Loads of downforce. Flat out, should be flat out all the way through here. Using the maximum width of the track onto the dotting line. So we're flat out now. This is the famous gantry that everyone stops their timing at. Flat out now for about 3.5 kilometres.
So that's all for the Driver 61 Circuit Guide to the Nurburgring course. Like, thank you very much to Adam Chrysler here for his hours of input into the video. It's been really fantastic. If you're interested in more driving tutorials, please check out driver61.com/really. And if you're interested in research about them here, it's instructive and his race results at the Nurburgring. I'll link to his website. Please don't forget to subscribe and like this video and let us know what you think about the Nurburgring in the comments below. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.
The 24 hours of Nurburgring this year. It's now officially confirmed that the four-time Formula One world champion will compete at the N24 in 2026, marking his debut in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Not only that, but he'll also be racing for the overall victory in his own team's car. And in this video, I'll break down everything that you need to know about Verstappen's participation at the Nurburgring this year. So the 2026 24 Hours of Nurburgring is set to take place on May 16th and 17th. Unfortunately, it doesn't clash with Max's Formula One schedule. The Dutch driver just started his 11th season for Red Bull Racing in Formula One, and his appearance at the Nurburgring will come 2 weeks after the Miami Grand Prix, and just 1 week after his one-off IGT appearance.
Max Verstappen will make his debut at the Nurburgring 24 hours later this year in a Red Bull livery Mercedes. The four-time Formula One world champion revealed his plans just 1 day after the 2026 F1 opener in Melbourne, where he raced from 20th to 6th. Verstappen hasn't hidden his strong dislike for the 2026 rules, something that was always likely to fuel his continued pursuit of racing outside of F1. His participation in the 2026 Nürburgring 24 hours was always contingent on how Red Bull's first F1 season with its homegrown power unit started and how much time he'd be able to devote to his Verstappen racing team's Nürburgring efforts. His chances were boosted in January when one of the Nürburgring precursors that Verstappen would need to race in LS2, was moved into the gap between F1's Chinese and Japanese GPs. Now Verstappen's entry in NLS2, March 21st, and the Nürburgring 24 hours, May 16th to 17th, has been confirmed with his team's entry to be driven by Verstappen himself, Danny Juncadella, Jules Gounon, and Lucas Auer. They'll compete in partnership with Mercedes-AMG and Red Bull, with a striking Red Bull livery revealed. The Nürburgring is a special place, Verstappen said. There's no other track like it. The 24H Nürburgring is a race that's been on my bucket list for a long time, so I'm really thrilled we can make it happen now. Last year, I was able to get my DMSB permit Nordschleife and participate in NLS9 that we won. That preparation is very valuable, as we have learned a lot that we can take into our program this year with NLS2 and the 24-hour race. We've got a strong lineup with Danny, Jules, and Lucas, and great support from Red Bull and Mercedes-AMG Motorsport. Now it's about putting in the right preparations before the events so we can maximize everything in the races. Oscar Piastri faced a surprising setback at the Australian Grand Prix, crashing his McLaren MCL 40 into the barriers before the race even began. Speaking to media, Piastri recounted the incident. We must evaluate carefully, but I think I used the curb a little too much in that curve. However, from what we've already seen on the data, I believe that there was a particular reaction on the part of the machine, even if within the rules. Basically, the moment I downshifted, I had 100 kilowatts more electrical power than I had all weekend.
When guests make a mess, be ready with Shark's Take Force.
The most amount of confidence as a car is performing as we expected. There's no nasty surprises. Of course, you want to be the quickest, but I want to be the quickest over the course of a season and into next year, the year after. And you need to have that right foundation, and we definitely have that. So, above all, even more so around the win in the pole, that's what makes me most pleased.
At a team such as Ferrari, they're in Red Bull. They're getting off the line very well. To be fair, also some other teams that with our engine they go off the line very well. So we need to work on it and improve because in Melbourne we had the pace advantage, but there might be races where we don't have that much pace advantage, and probably we're on the same level as ours, and the start can be crucial. So yeah, this weekend obviously we sprint weekend. Obviously we got the sprint race to try to then be ready for the main race, but that's going to be the main thing to improve.
In qualifying, it's going to take a lot of work in order to change the advantage that they have. I mean, 8/10 in Melbourne was absolutely huge. I don't expect it to be much closer here. closer for sure. There are things that we are optimizing that we haven't optimized in Melbourne, etc. So it will get better, but they still have a significant advantage. In the race, we are closer, so I hope that starting from this weekend, we can put them under a bit more pressure.
We knew that Mercedes were looking really strong, and little did we know there's big a gap that we saw, but not an impossible gap to close. It's just going to take all hands on deck, and I'm confident in my team doing absolutely everything back in the factory to try and close that gap.
A weekend full of learnings, some good things, some not so good things, but all things that we want to improve on. So been a busy week for the whole team, both the team that are here traveling, but also the team back in MTC, trying to step it up as much as possible, learn what we could from others, learn what we could from ourselves, and do a much better job all round here.
Yeah, I mean, it was relatively quick to put that behind me, obviously. Yeah, what I'd rather forget, but yeah, I think having a race that, this weekend is always nice, and there's still plenty to focus on. There's still plenty to try and learn from all the running we did in Melbourne, and even just for me trying to understand what racing looks like now was interesting to watch, at least. So I think our chances, I'm not expecting it to be dramatically different to Melbourne. I think we've identified quite a lot of areas where we can improve and where we could have done better, but I think most people will have those opportunities. So I think it'll be a similar picture, but hopefully we can get a bit closer.
Not at all. Very good in the team. So yeah, they're giving me all the chance to succeed, and this weekend's gonna be tough for everyone. So much learning to be made, and only having one practice session before it starts. It's going to be hard.
Honestly, it's such a jungle out there at the moment. I think that it's very hard to really know. I mean, I would hope that it gets a bit closer, not even bigger than the gap that it was in Melbourne. But it's clear that at the moment we cannot fight, with those cars.
Johnny Sofa is here with special introductory prices. Xerno, just $299. The elegant Cosina sofa in genuine leather, now just $699. The Room Savior with double power recliner and new cinema technology, now $1699. Plus, up to 5 years interest-free credit on many sofas.
Welcome to Bottone Sofa. Quality sofas?
Exclusively at SCS.
Those cars.
Yeah, it was a good start to the year, exactly what we wanted, really. Qualifying was a bit disappointing. We didn't quite maximize everything, I would say, and a few teams that were simply quicker that we probably didn't expect in qualifying, but the race was good. We pretty much achieved what we needed to. We beat our competition. We were obviously not in the same race at all as the top 4 teams. And they seem to be at this stage in a different league than the rest of us, but I'm happy with the performance that we have done, and that gives us a really good feeling to start the year.
It's been a strong start of season for us, for the team. I think we have a car that like Pierre said, we have to understand further, and that we are trying to maximize. And after Australia, it seemed to be not exactly where we wanted it to be in quali. We seem to be performing well as a team in the race, and this is something that we need to take further into this race. Of course, there's only going to be one practice, so we need to make the most out of it. But it's been an interesting first weekend for us all. Happy with obviously that we are doing good progress, and happy with the start point and the base of the car. I think it's a solid start, so it's a base that we can work on, definitely.
I don't really know if it's all sunk in yet. I mean, it was a very special weekend. I enjoyed a lot. I mean, in the end, it's been something I've been working towards my whole life, getting to Formula One. So to have my debut was very special. To have my dad there as well was really cool. And I think the results of the weekend, I think the reality of being a Formula One driver and sort of making my debut, I don't know if that's fully sunk in yet. I think that's more the part I'd sort of mentioned, but yeah, I'm very happy with the race. I think scoring points in Q3 on my debut is very special, and I think the manner in which I did it as well, being P3 at one point on lap 1 was pretty cool, and definitely more than I could have ever expected.
We went through everything in the race, and we know what happened at the start, and we know what happened during the race, and a lot that we're learning at the moment with these cars, so we'll obviously continue to apply that this weekend. But yeah, as you said, it was positive from a speed point of view. In Melbourne, should have obviously ideally had 2 cars in the points, but we'll obviously come here this weekend and try and replicate what we did last week.
Yeah, it was a great weekend, I must say. I really didn't expect that. Obviously, coming from Barcelona, shakedown and everything, we had a lot of things to work on. And then Bahrain, obviously, we had a little bit of an understanding where we were standing, more or less. But going to Q3 in our first try, then scoring points, it was something very positive that... I was just extremely happy to be able to achieve that already in our first weekend. Obviously, and as you said as well, tracks change and also, results. So we're going to try our best here and understand actually where we are also standing in different types of tracks.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, one crying, one laughing, it is what it is. Nobody in the team obviously wanted or deserved, what happened. A difficult one to take always if you, get these DNSs. They're not pretty. They're not very desirable. But yeah, I think it's good that at least Gabi had a clean race and obviously kicked it off with a decent result. So yeah, we'll start the season and take it from here.
Obviously, we're pretty far from being at the max potential of the package we got in our hands, and there's a lot of things which we got to improve car-wise. Maximizing the energy, quality race. I think it's good to have some sort of baseline. Objectively, we feel that we slightly underperform in Melbourne, and I expect us to be in a better place here in China. And we got already a couple of things which should put us in and bring us more performance into the car, like everybody I think in the paddock. But just a lot to review, a lot learned, and a lot to improve.
Everything is new. I think I've been in this situation before. I've been 24 with sprint weekends with a car that I know for a few races in F1, so it's not fully new for me, but everything seems very unknown at the minute, and I think it's very important to adapt quickly to the car, to the track, learn quickly this track that is very technical, it's quite tricky, these long corners and a lot of different speeds, and I think especially with the BU as well, to adapt to the energy management and all that will be tricky, but we have another opportunity here and try to make the most of it.
The main thing is that it's clear to us that we need to improve in every area of the car, and we clearly are not where we wanted to be, and clearly not happy about the weekend in Australia, but it's just given us all the indications of.
Under the ServiceNow AI platform automates everyday workflows, and when your people aren't bogged down by the small stuff, they can focus on...
Relax, people.
The big stuff.
Okay, so where we are weak and where we need to improve.
It's not where we want to be. I think as a team, we are disappointed where we've started, but it's just how it goes sometimes. We've got a clear plan to come back. I think the gap to the top of the midfield even is quite large, so we do need to we know where the issues are, and I think it will take a bit of time, maybe a little bit more than we would like, but we have a clear strategy to get back.
It's been a massive achievement for the whole team, unfortunately we didn't finish the race with Valtteri, but we managed to get a lot of information, a lot of pit stops, a lot of race routine for the team. For a team that has been working together probably for a very short period of time, but at the same time we know that things have started, and
it's not going to be easy to close out the gap, because you're fighting the best teams in the world. And to be able to basically close the gap is you have to develop the other teams. So I think we're facing a massive task on our hands, and it's ready. That's why we are here for, and to me that's the main priority that I want to see development.
Sounds weird that I didn't finish the race, but still everyone's feeling positive. But at least we finished the race with one car, which is good. And yeah, just a big milestone really for the team. And here now coming to the first sprint, feeling good. Of course, we're going to do better than what we did in Melbourne. And yeah, just really can't wait to get back behind the wheel and see what we can do.
Situation unfortunately didn't change within 4 or 5 days since Melbourne. So yeah, I think it's going to be another difficult weekend, and trying to understand as much as possible on the car, and eventually limit the laps, in a couple of the sessions, because we are short of parts, and try to get something positive out of the weekend.
Well, we got out on Sunday, which was good. We're still lacking a lot of pace, so yeah, we know the areas we need to improve in. Just that's not going to happen overnight, probably. Nothing really is going to change this weekend. Such a short time between Australia and coming here, but we'll just keep trying to bring as much as we can every weekend.
Through time, we look at the drivers, the teams, the circuits, and the races that made motorsport history. Is it known for a particular race, like the Le Mans, Indianapolis, or Monaco? It's famous. Mercedes 680. Both names destined to play an important part in racing. Later that year, the German Grand Prix was won by Otto Mertz in Mercedes 680 for Werner and Vowell. Right now. Where did I put my Switch? I'm seriously confused as to why Nintendo's not milked all this Mario Kart talk yet, or sued the drivers. They could easily do both of those things. Oh no, yeah, if we ever meet and there's Mario Kart being played, I will destroy you. It's clear that the Dutchman isn't backing down in his desire to make his disdain felt toward the regulations. He's been saying the same rhetoric not for weeks or months or even just one season. He's been saying this for years. Since 2023, in fact, he's been warning about the concerns he first noticed. Sure, luckily for us all, the dire nature of his warnings have not quite come true yet. There is hope, as Max does bring up to us later, but it's something that is not here. It's not ready for prime time. But it could have been worse, though. And according to the FIA, they might have a fix for this in time for as early as the Japanese Grand Prix, which in of itself is fairly good work. But in terms of the overall concept, Max still has his issues. And if you're out here thinking that, oh, Max is being nothing but a crybaby, well, okay, well, who else is going to speak up about it so effectively? In the Shanghai Thursday press session managed by the FIA, which, of course, Max was the centre of, he wasn't merely tossing around more cheeky one-liners, because he's already laid out several of those before. Yes, he did add another quip about Mario Kart, as did Charles Leclerc last week, but he pushed alarm bells about his future within F1 too. He straight up said that he does not want to leave. However, he certainly made the situation more of an emotional dilemma for him, in that he absolutely enjoys being in Formula One, the thing that he chased for with his father ever since he was
Just can't get going.